Hello and welcome to the stream. I hope that my game is picking up a lot better than what it had been. When I was trying to stream earlier today, the settings for some reason weren't working properly for me, and I wasn't picking up any audio, so hopefully that issue's now been fixed, and we can get on with our our gameplay footage and such. So in this stream today, we're going to be looking at Dungar Shaman. The goal behind the deck is to make it so um, you're able to use your high stated minions quite early with Murmur. You also want to be thinking about getting your Dungar out as well to be able to summon your minions and cheat them out. Another big part of it is you want to be making sure that you're getting your other battle cries out using the Fairy Garden. So big cards that you want to be looking for with this deck is you want to be looking for Parrot Sanctuary, you want to be looking for Bird Watching, Fairy Tale Forest, and quite often you want to also be looking for the Cash Cow, because these cards can be used to combo for your turns and to cheat out your cards earlier and earlier. Being able to get the Bird Watching allows you to choose which card you want. Turn the Tides is quite useful for making sure that you're establishing the board, and so on. So what I'm going to be doing here is I'm playing down the Parrot Sanctuary, and I'm also going to activate it. Using this allows me to cheat out my battle cries a lot earlier than what can be usually acquired for them. So the goal behind this is I want to be making sure that I'm thinking about how I can best apply this deck to and use this strategy in particular for it. I'm still not sure which type of rogue it is. It could be any of the different rogue archetypes because Quick Pick is played in all of them. So I'm just going to play down Fairy Tale Forest and see what I draw into. I got Hagatha, which is a great pickup, and I'm going to wait and see what I can end up doing from that. So I've got the Hagatha the Fabled out, which is going to be a good start for me. I need to make sure that when I'm using it that I'm going to get the decent battle cries with it. So when I get the battle cries, it's hopefully going to get me one of the Frosty Decors, but also hopefully it's going to get me one of the Nebulas as well. If it doesn't, it's not the end of the world for me. But I'll be using the Fairy Tale Forest in the future turn as well. So this allows me to cheat out some cards, but also it gives you a high value for your particular cards as well. It looks like they just use their breakdance to be able to get out their 2-2. I'm going to see what I end up getting from this first before I do my next play. Since I got the Nebula, I'm just going to hold this for next turn because it's not going to apply any value when I do it on this Fairy Tale Slime anyway. So I'm just going to pass and let them have the turn. So I'm going to be able to use this in the future turn for me. Okay, so they got a 2-2 on the board, I got a 4-3. They are using Cycle Rogue because of you can tell because of the Mauler that it played down. So the best idea for me in this situation is I want to be making sure that I'm getting out my my cards as quick as possible for it. Just changing my OBS settings a little bit because it seems like the volume's got a bit loud. Okay, so they played down their Oracle, they've got their Mauler, and they've also got a 2-1 on the board, so that's decent for me, that's perfectly fine. I'm just going to play down my, I'm going to use my Fairy Tale Forest to see what I get. I got Dungar, which is really good. I'll be able to activate it in 2 turns. I did make a mistake there by using that first, but that's fine. I should have used it after that, but I wasn't paying much attention to what I need to do there. That's all good because I still got the board here, so I should be in a relatively decent position. Next turn I'm looking at... next turn I can't use this because I want to be accessing Dungar. I don't really have too much of a play for next turn, so it might be using Triangulate to see if I can get a Bird Watching out of my deck, to then be able to get out like a Cash Cow or something like that if I need to. Because I want to be able to use Dungar on turn 7 at this rate. They end up using a few of their draw cards and things like that, so they're up to 16 now. So they won't be able to get... They shouldn't be able to get to their Giant. But they are getting a little bit lucky with those Asteroids that are coming out. They got very lucky with those asteroids that came out. Okay, so he's using Breakdance onto the Playhouse Giant. They do have a very big board against me here. The fact that they got all those asteroids with so many cards still in their deck is very painful for me. The Horn allows me to clear those two. Puts me down to 12, so it's a little bit of a problem for that. They still have a Mauler in their deck, and they also still have an Oracle too. But this is just going to have to be the play that I'll do. I'll take out both of these, and I'll be taking an extra 6 damage, so I'll just have to wait and see if my Dungar can get me back into the game. It should be able to, provided I get some lifesteal. I don't think they can get me down this turn as well, since they've only got one asteroid left in that deck of theirs. Okay, so they've drawn a bunch of cards, and then they're going to hit with this, the 6 damage that's there. I can get my Dungar out this turn, which should be relatively good. I've got a Mauler out, that's fine. And they're using gear shifts. They're trying to get the burst down, which is still very possible now that they do have that. So I'm hoping I don't see any... I only see the one asteroid just there that came out. They ended up getting 2, unlucky for me. I did get a little bit unlucky with that, but it's just how it works sometimes. The fact that they got so many asteroids out to get those giants out on that turn was definitely the real nail there. Because if I didn't have to use the Horn, then I could have used Triangulate to get a pop-up book or something to be able to make it so there'd be less damage going into that turn as well. So it was a little bit unlucky, but it is what it is sometimes. You know, when you're playing, you just got to deal with what ends up getting given to you, and you just try not to get tilted from it. Just have to wait and see what ends up coming from this, but I'm hoping that I'm not sure what deck I prefer playing with this. Like, it's just an interesting sort of deck. I'm not 100% sold on if it's extremely strong or not. Like, it definitely has really good high roll turns, and you do need to think of the different strategies that are involved for it as well. But yeah, it is somewhat interesting to use. Okay, it looks like I've got a game ready now. You can tell because the spinner freezes, and then you can go, oh, it's definitely starting a game. Okay, so I'm playing against a Paladin. Quite likely either to be Handbuff Paladin or Lanessa Paladin. I've got a Cash Cow. I'm going to keep the Cash Cow. I'm going to trade away everything else, except maybe Turn the Tides. No, I'll get rid of Turn the Tides as well. I'll just keep the Cash Cow. Because I'm trying to get the minions out as quick as possible, and I'm trying to also get my particular cards that I want. Pop-Up Book will be quite useful if they are playing a deck that's trying to deal quite a bit of damage to me. Miracle Salesman is usually just played in the Lanessa Paladin, so I'm just going to use the Pop-Up Book on it, and just make it so I have a tiny board so I'm not taking any face damage at the moment. Next turn's going to be Birdwatching. I'll see what I end up getting from that, because I do want to use the coin to get out the Cash Cow. It's probably going to be the best play for me. I'm going to grab the Cash Cow here, because since I can go turn 4, turn 5 play at the same time, this is actually probably a decent play to have as well, so it's going to be a little bit of a tough choice of what I want to be doing. I've got a Miracle Salesman, that's fine, and they're also trading away their Snake Oil. So, with the Parrot Sanctuary, I just play that down, and I'll use it, so it means that next turn I can get the coin into the Cash Cow, and then I can get this out in a future turn as well. I'll be able to cheat out using the Parrot Sanctuary too. The next turn's pretty much always just Cash Cow. I use Birdwatching for this one, so I think I'm going to reveal this one for it. So I go Coin, Cash Cow. I'd prefer them not knowing that I have the other Cash Cow in my hand as well. It's important just to give your opponent as little knowledge as you can, so then they, can't make us an optimized decision for it. Okay, so they're trading with their sandcastle, and they're leaving on the board as it is there. I've got 2 coins, so that can put me possibly up to 7 if I wanted to. I could use I'm gonna use the Parrot Sanctuary, use the Fairy Tale Forest and see what I end up getting. I've got Dungar. I still can't access it this turn though, so I'm just gonna use the Agatha down now, and then next turn I'll be able to access the Dungar. I'll just get the Parrot Sanctuary out now as well for the buff. If they don't play the Cultist, because I'm not certain if they'd know what particular deck I'm playing, I should be fine, because I should be fine, because I don't think they're going to be able to combo me down this turn. Oh, they're playing Librams as well. Oh, this must be that Libram version, the one that they end up buffing with the 0 mana spell that gives the big buff. Okay, so it's always I think it's just always coin Dungar this turn. See what I end up getting through the Dungar. I got really strong stuff by the looks of it. I can just clear the board using this, or I can use the Yogg to force them. So I think I'm just going to use this to take out the 1 mana things. Oh, they've just conceded. I would have just used that to take out the 1 mana things, and then I'd force the Yogg. I'd never concede in this situation either, because if you concede, especially with the Yogg on the board, like Yogg can screw your board really badly anyway if you end up getting a little bit unlucky with its spells that come out of it. So I wouldn't concede until you've actually seen the Yogg go off first. Okay, so playing against the Death Knight, it's not usually too much of a concern for them forcing me down, so I don't need to keep the Frosty Decor either. I'm just gonna full mulligan this. I'm trying to look for my 2 locations. Murmur's decent if I end up drawing into one of my spell minions, and I'm also looking for Hagatha as well, because that's always going to be quite strong, being able to get those cards out of my deck. It also combos really well with Murmur, the different 1/1s that come from it. Okay, so they're using coin, and they're doing mining casualties, so that's fine. Like, and then I can do Turbis next turn. I think it's always the Titan. It gets a little bit of a buff doing it this way, but also I can use the AoE in future turns if I need to be able to get my health up and also deal with their board. It looks like they're just playing Rainbow DK based on their minions they've played so far. So I'll just play down Turbis and pass. I don't really have a hand that I'm wanting at the moment. Like, I really need my Fairy Tale Forest relatively soon to be able to get some minions for this. Okay, they're just doing a trade and then going face again, that's fine. I got the Fairy Tale Forest, which is a good draw for me, so I'm just going to use it. It means that, since I've already used Turbis, I've got a guarantee with I'm getting Dungar out with it as well. Okay, so they're using Helya now. So this turn's always going to be Hagatha, and then I'll use Totem more than likely. Don't know if I want to triangulate. Yeah, I don't think I want to triangulate right now, so I'm just going to use Hagatha and then I'll use the Totem. It got the Nebula, and it got a Frosty Decor. Okay, that's fine. Healing Totem doesn't really do anything in this situation. It means that there's a body on the board, but yeah. Next turn's more than likely just going to be the Titan and AoE. I think they'll probably end up trading into my 5/4 with their other dudes. Okay, and they've just done a full clear. So, I could use this if I wanted to. It gets me somewhat of a board doing that. Get the Dungar out of the deck. Or I can use this, and I can just AoE. I think this is probably the play here, because if worst comes to worst, I can just use the Nebula coming from it too. So I'll use the AoE here, and triangulate because it's free at the moment. See what I end up getting through the triangulate? I think it's always just taking the heal spell and getting more of them into my deck just in case they try to combo me down. Because I'm still not 100% certain that this is just Death Knight, Rainbow Death Knight. Okay, so they're using that to take that out, that's fine. I can use Dungar this turn. I do have a lot of jank in my decks still. Like, I've gotten a lot of the minions out. This is a very heavy minion hand. I could use Nebula. It plays around Mind Control tech, or I can play down Dungar this turn. Dungar was reduced down to 8, so it might be better using the Nebula here, because then I can choose what minions I want, but also there's still enough minions in my deck that I can use the Dungar anyway. Doesn't really matter whether these are all 8/8s anyway. And I think I'm always just grabbing the Rag. Or I could grab the Splitting Space Rock, but I think Rag's the better play here, just in case they do take it out and then use Mind Control tech. Next turn might be Dungar. We'll just wait and see what they end up playing down. They're using threads. 2 threads, so I think that clears. Yeah, that clears, which is fine. That they use their whole turn doing that. So I just play Dungar down this turn and chill. As long as they don't have Mind Control tech, I'm perfectly fine with that. If they do have Mind Control tech, these are strong enough to be able to deal with it. Okay, so I can use this to trade in, but that still doesn't get enough out of it. Doing my battle cries doesn't really help in this situation. I need to just try and get through this Ziliax. This can get me straight through, but I still would need a little bit of extra damage coming to it as well. If I do Nebula, I think that might be the way to go about it. Rush. Divine Shield Rush. Okay, so hit into that. Into that. Into that. Into that. Hit there, hit there, hit there. So as long as they don't have the Titan, I should be fine in this situation. I was somewhat close to their top deck, that's unfortunate. Okay. So, if I play down Yogg here, I can take control of theirs. I think that's probably just going to be the simple play for it. I am going to have to hope for a Horn sometime soon as well to be able to get control of these dudes. It looks like I ended up clearing my board. Oh, no, I can still use it. I think it's just play down Runes of Unholy and get a wide board here. I'm gonna lose this minion by accident, that's fine. And just Play the coin so I don't overdraw and pass. I probably could have overdrawed that turn actually, because I am only just looking for the horn at the moment. Thrall's Gift would obviously be good as well. Okay, I got a bird watching. I don't think that really is relevant too much. So at the moment I'm dealing 12 damage just on board. I don't have any extra damage that can be dealt from my hand. So I think it's probably just send all his face. Use this. That's unfortunate, I forgot to clear my hand, but that's alright. I don't want to use Yogg here, I'm just going to go all face. I'll take out the 2-2, just so it's there. Having the Divine Shields is always going to be strong. I'll use this to get my last cash cow, and then I'm just going to overdraw this following turn. Hopefully it just is one of the plagues, but if not, there's only the horn that I want or the Thrall's Gift. They might go into Ceaseless Expanse. No, they got Bob. Bob will take control. What's Bob going to take control of? Maybe my Yogg? Oh no, they're freezing the board. It's fine. I don't have a play to do after that though, but it should be okay still. Ceaseless Expanse could be a bit of an issue though. Just pass. There's not anything I really want to do here anyway. I've got a full hand as well. Okay, so they got the Ceaseless Expanse. They shouldn't have another way to get it out, so I should be okay with that. Summoning the 5/5s is a little bit annoying. Okay, I got my Thrall's Gift finally. It would have been a lot nicer in a previous turn, but that's all good. So if I just go splitting Space Rock, they're dealing a lot of damage still, so I can't actually just do that. Hex means that I lose a lot of damage. I think it's still got to be Hex here. And I'll just play down this one here. It means that they'll have to trade into it. Okay. That's interesting. I don't particularly know about doing dirty routes on a big deck like this. But I guess it does mean that they've got the extra minions sitting on the board. That's a dead draw. I think I just play down these. Clear this. I'll take out one of the dirty rats with this. So they've used both of their Threads of Despair. They haven't used ETC. It's gonna get Mind Control. I don't know if I've got enough damage since they're gonna take control of that. But it can't be Mind Control if they're just not doing that trade. Okay, so just trade into this. Take out that. I'll just play down another one of the Frosties. And I'll just put a healing totem down on the board. Or a hero power down on the board. The problem is, if they use... I think that would be a mind control tech that they got, but... It doesn't make sense that they wouldn't have used it on the splitting Space Rock. Okay, so they got the Headless Horseman. They're using Dirty Rats naturally, so they've still got another Dirty Rat in their hand, I think. 2 Dirty Rats in their hand. I don't think I have a way to beat this, because I still haven't got any of my weapons. I'm just going to concede there's not really anything I can do here. It does make it pretty tricky not being able to use the weapon, because the weapon does deal, it deals 12 damage over the turns if you don't have anything. If you, you know, had the frozen board like I did. Like, it was very unlikely that I'd win that game. Like, just based on what they had on their board, it would make it really hard. If I had the weapon on the turn with the Ceaseless Expanse, it would have been somewhat playable, because I wouldn't have had to use my gift. So I could have been able to use it for Bloodlust for extra burst. But they also still had Dirty Rats in their hand as well, so there'd be quite a lot of taunts to get through too. But with the Splitting Space Rock, I would have been able to use that to hit into the minions too. So yeah, like having to use the Thrall's Gift made it a little bit too tricky for me. Okay, I'm playing against Soddy. I think this person, when I played against them last time, was playing Shafar Rogue. So I'm just going to full mulligan everything. Okay, so, yeah, I've got Dungar in my hand, I've got Murmur in my hand, which means at the moment I can access it on turn 7. Since I'm playing against Rogue, I can't just coining out Cash Cow doesn't really feel right either. So I probably have to wait till turn 5 to be able to play the Cash Cow as well. But these cards are relatively decent to have together, because Murmur can use it with Nebula. They've also just used a Dubious Purchase, which is somewhat decent for me. I'm just going to play down my hero power and just see what they end up doing this turn. I'm hoping they don't have the Nexus in their hand. They've just got a gear shift, so it means that they don't have the Nexus in their hand at the moment. But if this is Cycle Rogue and not actually Shafar Rogue, it means that it makes it a little bit trickier. Okay, they're just playing Quick Pick. So I'm pretty much certain it's not Weapon Rogue, but I think it may be Shafar Rogue still. Parrot Sanctuary is decent on this turn. I can just use it now. And it means that I can get my Dungar out earlier if I need to as well. Next turn's probably just going to be Coin Cash Cow, as long as they don't have anything that is concerning for it. It is Lucky Comets, this is Shafar Rogue. Usually with Shafar Rogue, the way that I play it, I think they're trying to get the Elven Minstrel with that. With Shafar Rogue, when I play it, is I try to hold the Lucky Comet, but it looks like they don't have a particularly easy way to get out the Nexus. They've used both preps as well. So I'm greatly considering just coining out the Cash Cow. Because they'd need to have a one mana spell plus a Dubious Purchase is quite possible still. So maybe I just go for the Hagatha here and just chill. Use this. And then it means it's a lot safer, just sending out the Cash Cow to just die. Or I can use this Slime. Okay, they're just using the Quick Pick. That means they're not really developing anything right now. Got a Buccaneer, just trading by the looks of it. Okay, so with their board that's here, I do obviously need to play down a card. If I play Cash Cow, I can only get 1 coin doing that. If I play down this, it's a lot safer going into if they have Dubious Purchase. So I think it's always just going to be play the Fairy Tale Slime here and just hold the coin for next turn. And then next turn I'll be able to use the Dungar in addition to Murmur. And I'm looking and hoping for Ziliax using that. I don't think there's a way I can guarantee it using my Thunderbringer anyway. I could always just go for Nebula doing it as well. Okay, so they're using Tarslick. That means there's probably a Fan of Knives coming now. Yep. So they still don't have access to their Nexus Prince either, which is good for me. That Lucky Comet card is still in their hand. I was thinking that they shuffled it away just then. This turn I go Murmur Dungar, I think. I think that is the Nexus, so they've got that in their hand now. I do have Horn of the Windlord, which is going to be strong too. Doing this pushes 18 like that, so I just need a little bit more coin, and then I'll use the Dungar. I probably got the best minions I can for it as well. I'll just use this to trade into them, because I don't want to be using Ziliax's Divine Shield. And I'm just going to hold the Yogg for now. They play down their Nexus. If Dubious Purchase hits that, I think I should still be okay. I feel like I'm relatively in a safe position here. Using Stick Up. So that pushes the buff onto one of the minions in their hand. They'll have the South Sea Deckhand and the Buccaneer. They don't have coin yet. They're getting rid of this. So I still have 10 damage on board. They've only got one buff in their hand too. So I think it's always just send the damage face onto them. I'll use the Nebula and then send the other damage face. Okay, use Nebula. See what I get. Yeah, I just give it up. They did get quite unlucky not to have the Nexus out. But, yeah. Okay, so going into the next game. What am I playing against? I'm playing against another Death Knight, so that's a little bit concerning. Playing against Rainbow Death Knight is definitely a difficult matchup for this, because they can out-heal a lot of your things and they're able to combo you down quite easily. I'm just going to keep Cash Cow, because Cash Cow's quite good in terms of ramping up to your higher cost minions. I've also got Hagatha, which is good. So I've got a turn. I don't want to play Triangulate at the moment, but I've got a turn 4 play and a turn 5 play, and I could also, if I need to, use the Frost. If I get the Frosted Decor, I could use that too. I've got Bird Watching, which is really good, so I'll just use that now. I'll use it on the Cash Cow, and I just need to remember when I use Cash Cow next that I'm using this one rather than this one, because then if I use this one, they'll know that I have the other Cash Cow in my hand as well. This gives less knowledge because it's just the Bird Watching card that I got. Next turn is probably just going to be a chill turn with the Totem Hero Power, and then it'll be turn 4 Hagatha, turn 5 Cash Cow. Got Ziliax, which is fine. I just use this. It's a taunt, so it gives me a little bit of survivability, an extra turn, but I don't really mind too much. Okay, so they're just going to trade and then deal the 1 damage to face. They obviously drew the extra card with the Chilled Forge Baron. Walking Mountain's not great to be drawing into, so I'll just use Hagatha now. Got a Nebula, which is good. And I got another Nebula, so that's quite decent to be able to have those. So if I get the Murmur relatively soon, it means that I can use the Nebulas to quite easily with it, because it's just the extra cost for it. This is the Cash Cow I need to send out, the one on the right. And hopefully it can give me a few coins for the next turn. So I play this one down. They can clear it, but it means that they'll be putting a bunch of coins into my hand. They'll be putting 2 extra coins, which means I go up to 8 mana. Unfortunately, that's not enough for anything that's in my hand. And I will be overdrawing a card too in that situation. They aren't trading, which is good for me. I'm just going to use the Turn the Tides now so I can do a trade. And I'll use the pop-up book as well. Are they playing that in their hand normally? No. So just send the pop-up book into the 1-1, 3-1. Triangulate, I guess. And I'll take the Thrall's Gift because this could be useful in terms of using a Bloodlust to be able to take them out quite well. I'm just going to hit my 3 into the 1-1, and then I'm going to trade... I'm just going to trade into the other 1-1. It forces them into doing a play. And I'll just use the coin here, because I know this is going to get a few hits onto it anyway. And just pass, because I don't want to be overdrawing too hard. And it's possible they may have a more effective trade into this. Besides, with the next turn that I'll be playing, as long as this gets the 3 coins, I'll be able to get one of my 9 cost cards out as well. So it looks like they're just going to do the trade like that, so they will trade and trade and trade. So that means that I will get the extra coin value. Okay. So they're getting that out, which is fine. Summoning 2 taunts isn't too much of a concern for me, but if they are able to easily take control is the issue. So I'm wondering whether just use the Hex on it this turn. I think that's probably going to be the play, so I just use the Hex on the 7-9 to get it out of the way, because I don't want them to be able to take an extra 9 health through my Nebula. And then I'm just going to send out another Cash Cow. And then my hand is relatively decent going to the following turn, because I have a bunch of 9 cost minions that I can use with the coins that it's coming from Cash Cow. It will probably be Nebula next turn as well. Okay, so using Dirty Rat, that's a little bit concerning. Because they used it so aggressively then. Is that going to be Bulb? Yep, so they'll probably end up taking control of it. I don't think they can just leave that. It is a little bit... I'm glad they didn't take the Ziliax then, but it still is a little bit annoying having taken that minion from me. Okay, so it puts me up to 5 coins in my hand. I'm just going to use this and see what I end up getting, because if it's Dungar, it's relatively good for me. I can combo these together, so I could use Nebula along with this. I'll use the Nebula first just to see what I get. But the thing I need to remember is if I end up getting one with the Battle Cry, I actually can't, no, it's 1 mana short. If it's one with the Battle Cry, I'll choose that one. If there's other choices that are there. So this is always the better one, because it has the Battle Cry as well. And I'm just going to grab the... I think I might just grab the Rush minion, because then I can, if I want to, I can take control of that Dirty Rat. But first I'll just take control of one of the lower cost minions. I might take this one, just because it then won't have the Reborn possibility for it. And next turn, if I need to, I can take control of the Bob. I don't think they're going to be able to take it out either. Because they've already used their Titan, and they've also already used their Bob. So that's a lot of their value that's gone out of their hand doing it like that. With them being on 8 mana, like, you'd normally be quite worried about them playing the Titan, but obviously since the Titan isn't in their deck anymore, I'm not very concerned about that. Getting a wide board as well is quite strong for me too, because I'd be able to use the Thrall's Gifts to be able to use Bloodlust. They can do a full trade into it, but it just means they just get the Reborn minion back in their hand. That's the reason why I didn't trade into take the Dirty Rat. Because the Reborn minion isn't that important to me, it was just taking away from them. Okay, so they haven't shown me a mind control tech yet, so it is possible they still have it. They obviously don't have a bulb anymore. They can't play Yogg this turn either, so I'm just going to play down my Ziliax just flat onto them. And I hit into the 5-5. I'll just take out these dudes, and then just leave them with the 5-5 on their board. They could play another Dirty Rat and then a Mind Control, which would be a counter to that, but I would be in a bit of an issue anyway. Okay, so taking control of my Ziliax like that, it's probably going to end up being game with Rustica like that. Seamstress. So I think they're trying to make it so it's a certainty to hit the Ziliax. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that's going to be game. There's been a lot of Death Knight that I've played against, which is quite painful. This deck obviously doesn't do too well into Death Knight. Because with all the, mind control techs and stealing minions and things like that, it does make it quite difficult. Okay, playing against a priest. So probably Zarimi priest. I've got bird watching, which is quite strong. I don't think I want to keep the Titan. I could, because it would be able to deal with the board of theirs, but I think I'm just going to get rid of it and just keep the bird watching. Because the things that I'm looking for with this is I'm looking for things like the two locations, the Parrot Sanctuary or the Fairy Tale Forest, or Cash Cow to be able to cheat out some of my minions earlier. Okay, I've got Dungar in this hand, which is good. I'm just going to pass. It feels like there's a lot of Rainbow Death Knight on the ladder at the moment. Grab Cash Cow. I could have grabbed the Murmur as well in that situation, but I really do feel like I need to be... because that would then be a later turn play as well. The Cash Cow provides me some security against these minions possibly trying to take me out quite a lot. Yeah, so Murmur is a decent take as well in that situation, but taking the Cash Cow means it's a lot, possibly a lot stronger for me. Just take the Turbolus, and I'm going to hit the pop-up book into the 4-4. Next turn's going to be Coin Cash Cow, and it'll be this one because that's the one I got with Bird Watching.
Starting the operation.
Okay, so they've got a few of their dragons out. That's fine. I can use the Coin Cash Cow this turn, and it should be able to trade into 3 of these, which will then put me up to 8 mana into the following turn. So unfortunately that's still not enough to be able to summon my Dungar, so it'd have to be the turn afterwards if I did it that way. They may just end up just leaving it with this 6-7 they just summoned. Looks like they are, so this turn I just trade into the 1-3, and I might just coin into my Thunderbringer, and then if I take out the 6-8, it still puts them in the same sort of situation as before. So I think they were just trying to get a trade onto that easily. So they still will have to trade 3 minions into the, or 2 minions into this. And I still will have the Titan left alive. Okay, so they're going wide on their board. I can just AoE with this, so I'm not 100% certain about their choice. Like, it just seems average. They might be trying to get the, just cast Nebula here. They might be trying to get the big play onto me. The Zaremi onto me. But I feel like it's just not great for them. I'll just cash cow into this to get me an extra coin, and then I'll take out the full one. And pass. I should be fine here, like I don't see them being able to take this out very easily. If they do end up using like Oracle or something like that, it means that they're using their entire turn to take out this board. And they're still too far away from Ceaseless Expanse as well. Okay. This one could be a little bit of a problem for me. I got the Murmur, so I can use that in combination with the Dungar if I want to. This is the draw 3 overload card, so I don't want to use that until after I use my Dungar. I can just use the 4-6 to trade first and see what it trades into. Takes out the Oracle, takes out that as well. And then I can do my Dungar play as well this turn if I want to. I don't really think that... There's not really anything that I'm worried about in this situation. Play the Dungar, it gets out the minions. It does mulligan my Yogg, which is a little bit annoying, but that's fine, I guess. Play this, play Turbulus. It gets the extra buff onto the minions. I'll just hit into this because I don't really want to be taking the extra spell burst damage onto any of my minions, and then just go face. Next turn I can play Horn plus Turn the Tides. They could go for their Zoremi this turn with an Oracle plus the board wipe. In their second turn. So they'll be able to deal the damage to me. Okay, so they're just using a heal. I should have enough damage on board to be able to take them out, as long as they can't clear this board. They can't use Zaremi this turn now, since they've already, they're down to 4 mana. I think they've just left, to be honest. They've just left. Okay, so just go face. This should be enough. Otherwise I got Horn anyway. Yep. Okay, next game.
Remember my blades.
For Doomhammer.
Okay, so I'm playing against another rogue. He usually plays Cycle Rogue. Turbulus is fine to keep. I don't know if I have enough time to keep the Murmur. Obviously the Walking Mountain goes. I think I will get rid of the Murmur and just keep the Turbulus. Okay, just pass. Got the Parrot Sanctuary, but I won't use it until after I've used my Turbolus because there's not any extra gain that I can get from it. So just play the Parrot Sanctuary and pass. Next time I play Turbolus, then I use the Parrot Sanctuary. Or I could go the Fairy... It might actually be Fairy Tail Forest is the better choice. Yeah, just go the Fairy Tail Forest. Use the Fairy Tail Forest because it allows me to draw the extra card. And I will use the Parrot Sanctuary now because I'll then have to go Hagatha and then also Turbolus I can do together.
Witness true arcane magic. How enigmatic.
Okay, so they've got their Oracle, they've hit the Quick Pick, and it looks like they're going to shuffle it back up into their hand. Nope, another dig for treasure. Okay, so... play this, it gets me my 2 cards. Use Parrot Sanctuary. If I play this one down, it means that my Dungar... it doesn't really increase the turn for my Dungar, so I'll just play the Turbolus, and then I'll use the Parrot Sanctuary again. If I use this Parrot Sanctuary, it then puts this down to 3. So I can get that out of my hand if I want to.
Witness true arcane magic.
Okay, so using Tarslick onto my 5/4, which means that they clear. They haven't got any asteroids in their deck yet, so it should be fine in terms of not having the giant out this turn either. Okay, so using Shadow Steps, they'll probably end up playing that back down to be able to get some more cards drawn.
Witness true arcane magic.
Using a prep. So, with a Tarslick already on the board, it's quite likely they can use... they'll probably end up using Fan of Knives or something to be able to take it out, possibly. Just a gear shift. So, back up to 10 cards. Prep. And a Knives, so that clears. Next turn they'll have access to Giant. Okay, so play down Parrot Sanctuary. Draw the Dungar. It goes to 7. So, I don't actually want to summon this because then I can access my Dungar next turn. And then Dungar is pretty much certain to get out my Ziliax by the looks of it. Okay, so they're playing Giants for 1. I could always just use the Horn if I wanted to take out these to guarantee it. Which is probably the safer play to just take out the 2 8/8s. Because if Dungar doesn't get what I need, am I in trouble? Because I've got... the rest of my cards are taunts in my deck, besides from the Splitting Space Rock. So maybe it's just Horn this turn, take out these 2. But then it just puts asteroids going into my face. If I get Ziliax, it is just great for me. It's also extremely likely. I've got Ziliax, that's good. To take out the 8/8. And then I should be able to trade into these to be able to take out the 8/8 alongside with this. And it doesn't really matter if I use that this turn, I'll just use it. Okay, Incendious, that's fine. I think I just go aggressive into them. Playhouse Giant. Unfortunately, I got rid of the Walking Mountain because that would have been a clear with this. I'll just use the Windlord this turn and just take out the 2 minions on the board and they just go face. He's still got an Oracle left in his deck, and he's still got Blood Mage, so that's something that I need to think of. There's no more Giants, so there can't be any big bursts coming from that. It's just the burst coming from the other minions, coming from the Eruptions or the Asteroids. I still haven't seen the second Oracle yet.
Witness true arcane
But Oracle means that I get access to my coins with Cash Cow. Okay, so using Dubious Purchase. Okay, took out my Dungas, so that's obviously the best of the hits for me. Eruption is going to take out another... it's taking out my Ziliax. I got 5 cards left in their deck, 3 of which is Eruptions. At the moment, I'm sitting with 13 damage on board. So I still don't have... This is lethal? So 3, 7, 13 plus 6 is 19. GG. So the Dungar hitting the Ziliax was obviously really good for me. Being able to then take out all the Giants in that turn. It wouldn't have been the end of the world if I didn't take out those Giants though, because there still wasn't enough damage going out. I don't think. Okay, so I'm playing against a Hunter. I'll just full keep this hand and see how we go. If they're playing an aggressive Hunter, this is probably not the best keep. Turn 3, turn the Tides. I don't have a turn 4 play at the moment. I don't have a turn 1 or 2 play either. You don't normally have a turn 1 play with this deck, so a turn 2 play I don't have at the moment, so it'll probably be a Hero Power. Can be a decent turn 5 play or turn 6 play if I need to. Dungar is obviously going to be my stabilizing card. The Hunter decks don't usually run any poisonous cards. That's the reason why I went with it in this way. I can just get my Cash Cow out, and then more than likely it can be useful for other things. Using the coin, so that could be Trample Hunter with how they just played that then. So I'm just going to use the Parrot Sanctuary and see what ends up happening. I'm not worried if it's Trample Hunter, a little bit. They're just trading into my spell damage, which is fine. I use Birdwatching all the time here. Get out the Hagatha. And I'm not going to use the Hero Power since I'm not certain that this is not, I'm not certain this isn't Trample Hunter. Okay, so they're doing a tracking. It still doesn't fill me with confidence with that. They're using their Titan Forge traps, so I'm not too concerned about that because I don't really have anything that I'm going to be doing. It's probably just going to be sitting and chilling until I get the Dungar. Alien Encounters. Herbalist is good for me because it means my Dungar's online early, is online for better cards. They've got the two Hunter secrets. It's more than likely one's going to be Ice Trap and one's going to be Bait and Switch, is my guess. And they are using the Trample Hunter, so that's something that I need to think of. And they've got the extra secrets going onto their dude. So I don't want to use the Cash Cow either, like I don't want to trade with it. Until next turn. So I'll just play down the Horn the Windlord here. It should come out with a bait and switch. It didn't, though. So just get rid of the 2/5s. And then I'm just going to chill, because obviously one's going to be a freezing trap. One's a hidden meaning. Next turn I can do Dungar. Okay, so using a Char as well, so it means that that's going to get a big buff onto that minion of theirs. They've also used a reserve spot on it too, so at the moment it's sitting on, what, 10/10 extra? $12/10? $12/11 extra now? I can go for the Murmur play if I wanted to, it summons out all these. I think that's probably going to be my best play, just because I'm going to need to get a bunch of stuff out. Next turn's when they get access to everything. So, get the Dungar out first. Use the coin. So that's Ice Trap. Still haven't seen a Rat Trap yet. So, it's probably better to send the 14/16. It's going to get mulliganed. It's going to get Freezing Trapped back. And they're just conceding, because they have to hit into the Ziliax doing it that way. And they can't obviously do that, because that would just kill their minion that they'd already buffed up. It is a possibility they could have survived that sort of situation, but yeah. Okay, so playing against a warrior. Warrior's also probably not the easiest matchup for this too. I'm gonna just keep Cash Cow and the Fairy Tale Forest. So Fairy Tale Forest is important because it allows to reduce down your Dungar cost, but it also guarantees getting your it has a higher chance of getting your Dungar. Turbolus, so since there's 3 battle cries, it's not a guarantee at any point until you have one into your hand. Walking Mountain. So I'm going to have to hold the coin because I want to be able to access my cards earlier. That's the reason why you don't usually use the coin just to do to do stuff. And also, since I'm not in a hurry to get out the Fairy Tale Forest, because if I draw into one of my battle cries, it means that it does end up then guaranteeing making sure that I do get the Dungar. Using New Heights, so that means that they're going to be sitting pretty for their ramp. I got a Parrot Sanctuary as well. I am just going to use the Fairy Tale Forest first, since I'll need to be looking at what cards I end up getting through it. I got the Turbolus there, so next turn's probably just going to be Turbolus plus Parrot Sanctuary. They got the second New Heights, so that's a bit of a concern with how much ramp they've got at the moment. And they're also drawing extra cards at the moment with their Totem. So I think it's still just playing the Turbolus and then using the Parrot Sanctuary. It means next turn when I use the Fairy Tale Forest, it will get me out a minion but I won't be able to play it if it's Dungar. Okay, so they're using some more armor gain. And Forge. That's probably a Sanitize. Okay, so use that, see what I get. I got Hagatha, which is fine. I would just use Hagatha here. Use the Parrot. Use the coin and get out these. And then just pass over to them. I did in that particular way because I want to be able to start establishing some sort of board. I don't really want to trade into here just in case they get Ziliax this turn. Okay, so they've got a Defense Crystal, and And they're using the safety goggles, so they're boosting up their armor even more. Just hit into that and then passing. Okay, so I've got a bird watching. I'll just see what it ends up getting me. Murmur's going to be the best of those, because it means I can get the nebula out earlier. I'll use Triangulate as well. Thrall's Gift is always going to be good. And then I'm just going to do some trades, so I'll trade here, these, and then I just go 2 damage onto the totem, and just go face with the 5 damage. Unfortunately, they've got 26 armor, so it is going to be a little bit of a tricky situation for me to be able to deal that much damage. If I can get a Walking Mountain or 2 to stick, I am in a decent situation. Okay, so they're just chilling by the looks of it. Play down the Titan, hit with this, and then use the AoE. It means that it heals all my minions up to not die from this, and then I can just go face with these 2. I'm just trying to take down some of this armor that they have on their board. Okay, so they did end up getting the Ziliax, and they're just trading by the looks of it. I'm gonna use the Nebula and see what I get from it. Rag's always good. Another Rag? I can use this and that can clear the Ziliax. That's probably the better way to guarantee it. Okay, so go 20 damage. Trade. And it's probably better to have the 3/6 here, to be honest, because it's threatening more damage using the Bloodlust. And then I'll just put a totem down on the board. Okay. So they're grabbing one of their weapons. They're not playing Reno, so I can outvalue them, but this is probably going to be the 10 mana weapon. Probably got Winfrey with it. Just trade into that, and then use the thing to go into face. I think they did get the second. They probably got the second sanitized to be able to clear this. Okay. So this turn, what do I want? I'm really trying to get a board, so I think I might play both my cash cows down. I'm hoping that I can get a Walking Mountain to stick as well, so I can deal some big damage into them, but I don't like the likelihood of it.
There's always room for dessert.
Play down the Ziliax now, just trade into the 5/5. And I'll take out their minion too, because I don't want them to not gain as much, draw as many cards. Ceaseless Expanse is a little bit scary. Hydration Station's scary. down to 5 cards. They could be an infinite warrior as well, so they might end up doing the infinite combo onto me as 2. So, the hydration station also is quite strong. Like, to be honest, they're in a very big winning position here. Taking out my Yog's a pain as well. I'm gonna have to establish the horn here and then try and deal with some stuff here. So, I can trade into the Ziliax quite easily. I'll use the bird watching to be able to get me a card. Splitting Space Rock's the better one of those two. Thunderbringer could actually just summon out the Splitting Space Rock, but whatever. This just trades there. I think I'm just gonna have to leave the Ziliax alive for this turn. They don't usually run the cubicle. It could be a very big punish if they do, though. Just pass. If they have another hydration station, I am in a decent amount of trouble. I'll be using the Thrall's Gift more than likely to take out their Titan. Okay, so Bombast. Let me guess, it's going to be the bomb straight away. Okay, so they're trading into here. They're using the Starship. It's not a Titan. I can use Thrall's Gift to take out that. So Hex onto here. And I still have access to 8 mana doing it that way as well, so I'll just use my coins here and then get out the Space Rock. Trade into that, and I'm just going to take out the Bombast so they can't just copy it again. They also, since they don't have the Ceaseless Expanse, they won't be able to do, since they don't have that into their pool, they won't be able to take me out too quickly. But as soon as I get a TNT, basically I'm gonna be in a very difficult situation. Especially with them sitting on 30 armor. Okay. Sun's Crystal. So just using it to go face. Take out that. I'll leave the 413 alive. I feel like it may be a safer sort of play doing it like that, because if they end up leaving it, which I highly doubt, but if they do, it means it's going to be dealing quite a lot. If they aren't, they have to trade into it twice, and then they have to use that as well. If I hit it with the into the 4/6 twice, it means they don't have to use once of that weapon swing. Okay, so they're using an Execute on it, which is fine. Like, it's about the same sort of value that goes into that. I can use my Horn of the Windlord to take out any of this sort of stuff if I'm worried. They still haven't used their Ceaseless Expanse either. That's concerning. So I think it's gonna be, I'm gonna have to Hex this. I can't afford to leave that on the board as it is. Never mind, they've got the thing out. Okay, and they're launching their Starship as well, and going face, so They've got a decent sized board here. I don't really want to use my last Wind Fury because I pretty much lose if it doesn't end up sticking. Bloodlust doesn't do enough. They've only got 5 cards left in their hand, but they're sitting on 2 cards in their deck. They still haven't used their Ceaseless Expanse. They still got a Garash's Gift as well. So I think I just summon a totem here and then hit into these. But there's still 10 damage sitting on like that. Never mind, they have lethal doing that. Yeah, it wasn't really in a very winning situation here. Like, this deck I think goes a lot stronger into aggro, but in the control matchups it just sucks. And I've versed quite a lot of control, so I think it might be best to be switching decks. Maybe I'll go Dungar Druid again and see how we go. Maybe I'm not going aggressive enough. That might be the issue for it.
Malfurion versus Arthas. I must protect the wild.
Okay, so just keep the new heights. Playing against another Death Knight, which is going to be a little bit tricky. Let's pass. Okay, this makes me feel like they're playing a Frost list rather than a Rainbow. Because a lot of the Rainbow Death Knights aren't running this. Okay, this turn's pretty much always new heights. Trail Mix is decent. Next turn's going to be Pendant of Earth more than likely. Pendant of Earth plus Trail Mix. That would only put me up to 8 mana though. They're getting a decent amount of value doing that. It might actually just be new heights. Because Trail Mix would put me up to 8 going into next turn if I went like that. This gets me extra health back doing it this way, so I'm just going to use the hero power and just go face. It's a little bit more defensive just in case they are playing Frost Death Knight. Next turn is pretty much always going to be this. And then I can decide what I'm going to do once I see what card I end up getting with it. It also increases the likelihood of this hitting Dungar, just to, if I do draw into another minion, or if I draw into Dungar. Okay, so they're playing the Plague Death Knight. They're going extremely wide. Okay, Stargrazer. So, Pendant of Earth always here. I can get this, and then I could end up summoning the Stargrazer through it as well with the Trail Mix. I could get this, and then I could just summon it anyway, and I could use Swipe this turn. I think it's Thunderbringer here. And then I can just use Swipe to clear off this 4-1, and then I can take out those other minions that are here. Next time I play down the Thunderbringer, it's going to get me out of Stargrazer and a Splitting Space Rock as long as I don't draw into them. Because this is the second part of Dungar that's really strong, because of the fact that you're able to use it to cheat out your other 8-cost minions too. Okay, so they're using the ETC, so it's quite possible they are going to grab out... that's going to be a mind control. I feel. Okay, Innovate's fine, so it means that I could use the Stargrazer this turn if I wanted to, but I'm just going to hold it. I'll put down the Thunderbringer, because I don't believe they'll have an easy way to take this out, and then I'll summon the 2 minions from it, coming from it. And it means my Hydration Station then it will be online. So they've got... At the moment they're sitting with just a few minions that are here as well, so these minions I don't think are too much of a concern for me, because then I can use the Stargrazer to get back the armor that I need. Because it might end up being this Stargrazer next turn, then use the Trail Mix to be able to get a more mana for the following turn. Or it could be just Stargrazer plus Innovate and then Hero Power and going face. Using the Hellius, that means that those plagues are going to stick now that they're going to shuffle them with this. I'm not sure if they're going to trade though, because if they trade it means that it's possibly not great for them. Just play this down and then use the Revelation. It gets me the buff coming out of there. And I'm just going to go face. There's no point trading into any of these things since I've got Taunt anyway. It's going to force them into having to trade, and then with the Hydration Station coming out shortly, it'll end up being fine for me too. So when they trade into me here, that's going to be... Like, I don't think they can do a very efficient trade, which means that I can then summon out these other 2. It looks like with that should be fine as well. They're probably just going to trade into my 8/8 and then leave just the 6/6 alive. I could just use next turn, just use Yogg if I wanted to just clear this. Or I can play a bit more defensively and use Ziliax. That's probably going to be the better play. Unless they have Bob, which would then be an issue for me. But if I use this and they use Bob, I can use Yogg to take it back. So I think that's probably going to actually be the better idea. So I just play down the Ziliax. It means that it puts my Hydration Station back online as well if I need to. And then just trade into them. The only way they can end up taking this is if they take it with Bulb and they don't play it back down. It's still I still will have the Hydration Station in active too, like for the other cards. Okay, so they're just trading into my Thunderbringer. That summons the 2 other dudes from the deck. I am obviously playing around Mind Control tech as well, because I feel like that ETC card they got was the Mind Control tech. So I don't really want to play down my Hydration Station at the moment either, unless it's guaranteed lethal. Okay, so they're shuffling the Plagues into the deck. They're using Headless Horseman, so that takes out the 8/8. So it puts me onto 12 damage sitting on the board still. They're sitting on 28 health, so I won't be able to take them out this turn, so I'm not playing the Hydration Station at the moment. They're just using that to go face. That shouldn't be too much of a concern for me. I think I'll just get a little bit of extra armor for just in case. I do have quite a lot of plagues in my deck, so it's not going to be a great thing to be... it's not a great thing to be getting heaps of armor. I mean, getting heaps of cards drawn. I might just use the Crystal Cluster here and just go face. It puts me up to 15... it puts me up to 15 mana, which then I'll be able to use the Innovate plus Forbidden Fruit if I need to be able to take out the 16 health that's here. They're using Fistful of Corpses, and now they're going to take control of my Ziliax. Okay. So it's pretty much always Yogg this turn to take control of that Ziliax back. So then with the Yogg and Ziliax, I can use it to trade into this and probably that, or this or trade into this and that. Like there's a few different options that I could end up using for it, but it's always going to be taking it back because the hydration station is so important for it. Looks like they're just doing a trade. So they're trying to make it so I can't just trade into the Ziliax very easily. Lay down the Yogg, that's always going to be the play in this situation, then take control of the Ziliax. See what spells comes out. What spell was that? Next spell you cast this turn also targets adjacent minions. Okay, so hit into that. And I guess I could just hit into the 1/1, it means that I can clear those 2/2/2s. But then it's probably better than just trading into that. Okay, and then just hit those. And going face. Okay, so they've taken up the Ziliax now, but I do have Hydration Station now online for all my good cards. I can use the Yogg if I need to clear the board. And they're using a staff, so they're not really dealing too much to me at the moment doing that. They're taking up my Yogg, so that's fine. Okay, trading a Snake Oil, so they possibly could have a Ceaseless Expanse coming up sometime soon. I don't think that really matters too much. Forbidden Fruit is lethal still. I have 10 Plagues in my deck. I think it's just Hydration Station here. I could, if I swipe, is that lethal? Yep. So Rainbow Death Knight's definitely a deck that's a bit hard to play against with this, but Plague Death Knights isn't the most difficult for it because you're able to heal so much health, and a lot of the Plague deck is about putting consistent damage over several turns rather than just over one turn bursting you down, or having out healing your amount of damage you can do. Okay, playing against a warrior, so the idea for this is I'm trying to get out the Dungar as soon as possible and hope that they don't have a brawl or anything. I want to just keep my Seedling and my Gift. The other cards I get rid of. So this is turn 3 play. This will be turn 4 play more than likely. Using shield block, that's fine. Just use my hero power and hit into them and pass. So the idea is that I'm going to be ramping up next turn. It's always going to be Malfurion's Gift as long as I don't get a new heights. Okay, so use Malfurion's Gift, get the Wild Growth and ramp. If I did get the the new heights, I would be using new heights in that situation. Okay, so they're doing all you can eat. So that means that they've got a bunch of different minions coming from that. It's possible they're running a Ziliax version. I mean, what is it? Sorry, I'll just coin a new heights here to get the extra mana. It's possible they are using the Areno list, just based on the only one of I've seen of each card.
There's always room for
Ham. I'll use Blossom here. Use Revelation here. The problem is I can't take out the Ham this turn. New Heights. Gets me up to 8 mana. Don't think there's any difference in terms of using Innovate or using Trail Mix. So I think I'll just hold with that. I go into 9 mana this next turn, or I could do 10 mana with the Innovate into the Titan. The problem is that I haven't got my Dungar access yet, and they're still using the Hams to get through their cards. I'm probably going to have to go coin Ionar and then Ziliax. Dungar gets 2 cards, so maybe I just take control of their Ham. Because this may end up taking, Ziliax from them, which would be very big. I don't have any other minions in my deck, which is unfortunate. It's pass. So the Pendant of Earths are now useless. Ceaseless Expanse is a good take. So since I've still got a Splitting Space Rock here, that's usually quite hard for warriors to deal with as well. Like they can do the AoE and it would clear these, but it'd still have this as 4 health. 2 4/4s. Thunderbringer isn't very useful. I could use Stargrazer as well to get the big buffs onto it. Got a Hydration Station as well access that I could use. I don't want to use Thunderbringer since with my Hydration Station I want to be getting the Ham with it. At least for a few of the turns. Okay, so they're using Shield Slam onto the Ham, which is fine. Looks like they can't take out the Yogg. Okay, they're doing Blade Storm. Gotcha. So that they were hoping to trade that previous turn. I think I just go the Ionar and then the Ziliax this turn. Because the Ionar summons the 2 5/5s, then Ziliax I can use to clear that. Refresh your mana crystals. Play down the Ziliax. And then I'm just gonna have to deal the damage to face because I really do need to make sure that I'm establishing as much as I can against them. Because this 2/2, the 0/2 is obviously drawing them extra cards, but I do need to make sure that I'm dealing and applying pressure to them since they can obviously out-armor the amount of stuff that I'm doing. They're using Bob, so they're going to take control of my Ziliax using that. Oh no, they're freezing. Okay. So that's probably Sanitize they just got from that. Or Blade Storm. Pendant Earth is useless now. Just use the Stargrazer. And then I think I will just use the Pendant, it doesn't really matter though, and I just go face. I don't want to use the Thunderbringer because I obviously want to be using the... is that going to be a Brawl? It's a Reno. So they can... Oh, hold on. My Hydration Station only has a Ham in it.
Howdy, partner.
I don't know if I've got enough here to be able to deal with them. Okay, just play that down and see how I go. They've still got their Ziliax, so I think if they play down Ziliax, I just concede, because I don't think I can get through it. Forged is fine. They're just trading into the Thunderbringer, that's alright. And they're using that so then they can just shield block. Okay. So... I want to use Hydration Station here. And then I just use the Hero Power and Pass. They still will have Bombast available. Okay, they got Brand, so they're gonna get Bombast probably next turn anyway. So I may as well just use the Hydration Station. And this one. I'll use the Trail Mix as well this turn, and just go into face. So this turn's gonna be Bombast. They still got the Forge dude as well, Ignis, or whatever it is. I got the Ziliax too. Can I win from this? No. Why are people running Reno again? So in that sort of situation, if I had drawn Dungar, it would have been useful in that. But the Reno turn obviously did just destroy me. Like I had pretty much a no chance of winning basically as soon as the Reno went down. Okay, playing against the Death Knight. Keep the Cactus Construct, keep the Pendant, because I'm trying to get out the Dungar as early as possible. Hope that they don't have the Mind Control tech early. Okay, played on the Cactus. Turn 3 is going to be New Heights. I'll just keep that, just so I can establish somewhat of a board if I need to. Okay, they're playing Miracle Salesman. So I think I just use this and chill. And then go face with the 1-1. It means that I have a 2-1 and a 1-1 on the board, so I have a little bit of pressure I'm holding too. Turn, next turn is going to be obviously New Heights. The turn after that, I think, is going to just be the Pendant and see what I end up getting, because they're not applying very much pressure at the moment. I could always just use this first, which might end up being the better play. Yep, so I use the Revelation first and see what I get. If I use the Malfurion's Gift, I can then go into Crystal Cluster, and then it can guarantee me getting the later cost minions. So I think that might end up being the better idea, because they're not really posing too much damage at the moment, they just have the 5 damage. Okay, so that, I don't think there's anything that they do that deals extra damage with this sort of board, so I'll just use the Crystal Cluster. And then the next turn it might end up being Stargrazer plus Pendant and then going face with it. I don't think that they can deal lethal this turn. Okay. Just play the Titan down. I can restore to full health if I want to. I'll just use my mana crystals though, because I more than likely will be able to get to full health once I use the pendants and things. Ziliax is gonna be the best of these. Then go face. So I heal back to 25 health doing that, so I don't think that they'll be able to take up my board too easily. I could next turn I can use pendant and see what I get. If I get Dungar, I can use it. If I don't, I can just chill using the Ziliax. Okay, so they're using a Magmar. That deals decent amount of damage. Then they're probably going to use the Horizon's Edge again. Okay, and then this is going to go into the stuff again. Okay, so they do get the clear. So I'll use Pendant first. I got the Dungar, so I'll just use the Dungar first. And Stargraze is still sitting in my deck, so I'll just pass over to them. If they have the... It could be an issue if they do have the Mind Control tech, but I don't think they will be running it since they've got... Since it looks like they're using a Frost version of the deck. They're using buttons, they're probably using the Frost buttons package. Actually, they use Seamstress, so it has to be Rainbow. Because they had the lifesteal on it, didn't they?
Take a good look. You ain't never seen the light again.
Okay, so they've just taken control of my my splitting space rock. That's fine. I think I just have lethal next turn. Actually I don't just at the moment. I'm still a little bit off. I just need a cheap spell, which is every single card except the other hydration station in my deck. Okay, so hydration station, the card, and then the hero power and the base. But yeah, like it if it was the control Rainbow Death Knight, it would be an issue for me, but just being this sort of list is not too much of an issue. Because they do try to burst you down, and bursting down is quite difficult.
Malfurion versus Morgul.
I must protect the wild.
Okay, so it's just full get rid of. I'll just keep the trail mix. Okay, I'm going to use the Revelation here and see what I get. I got the Cactus, so I'm going to use the Cactus as well. Get the Blood Mage to get some more minions onto the board. I do have the Trail Mix, and I also have some Ramp as well, so it's going to be quite good for me going into future turns. They are playing Swarm Shaman, just simply because they had the party animal here as well. I just play down my other Blood Mage Thalmos, and I'll just go face. There's no point trading into this at the moment, because I don't have a way to deal with them, so they can do a trade or not. It doesn't really matter to me. They're using their Cult Nephite, which is a little bit difficult for me, but it doesn't mean too much because I still have a lot of ramp in my hand. Here I'm just going to trade into the 3-2 to reduce down the amount of power they have on the board, and then just pass. Next turn with Trail Mix, it puts me up to 7 and 8 and 9, so I could just... I have two options here, like I could just go extremely ham, which I'm probably going to actually have to do with this board that they have. I can't access the Crystal Cluster either. So if I do New Heights here, it doesn't really help me too much because I can only get up to 8 doing that. So I think I always have to use the Trail Mix. Trail Mix will get me up to 7 and 9 with the coin. So yeah, I have to use the Trail Mix, then I'll just Hero Power to get a little bit more armor back. So I'm looking for, yeah, I don't really actually know what I'm looking for. I'm in a pretty bad situation here. But we'll wait and see what ends up happening here. Windfree is a bit of a problem. Innovate would be useful because then I can get out the Yogg. The Cactus Construct is definitely not the card I'm looking for. Okay, so just use it and see what I got. None of those are useful for me. Use this. Does Pendant of Earth save me? If they have the thing, it doesn't, but I'll just get the Dungar. Unfortunately, I'm still a turn off doing it. So they probably still have it anyway. Okay. I don't think I don't think I have anything that I can do here to survive. So I'm just one mana too short. Yeah. GG. Swarm Shaman is quite strong. Especially when you can access the gift so easily. Because the gift obviously is very powerful for taking you out. Maybe that might be a deck to be playing relatively soon, because I don't think it runs Oracle either, so it means that with the nerf that's coming out in 2 days, it isn't anything that really needs to be thought about. Okay, I'm playing against a warrior. Hey, how you doing, Spencer? Okay, I'm going to use Cactus Construct this time. It's always going to be the better sort of play in this situation. This obviously can draw me a card, but this sets me up for next turn of what I'm going to choose. I'm playing against a warrior, so it's more than likely Hipster's going to be the best of these. Because it gets me another spell if I need it. Okay, they're using the safety goggles and they're just passing, so not really establishing anything, which is fine. I'm going to use the Hipster here and just play it down to establish some tempo. I think I'll just grab the Execute just in case I need some sort of clear on them. This turn's always going to be new heights. And then just deal face. Using the coin, they got the defense crystal, so I'm not too worried about that. The trail mix means that I have my dudes online. I have this online if I want to next turn. I think I will get it just to apply some pressure. Unfortunately, it's not... Oh, this is even better. That's much better. So just play that down. They won't have a way to clear this very easily, so they'll have to trade into it, and then it does get the 2 minions out of the deck as well. If they do end up clearing it, it's not the end of the world for me. They're just trading by the looks of it. Is Warrior still the best fatigue / late game class? I'm coming back to Hearthstone after quitting in Classic. Well, that's a long time for Gap. So a lot of decks are late game now, like, and the game usually doesn't last as long as it did in Classic either. So like, in Classic, Warrior obviously was the most control in, got the most armor, but with the new formats and the new decks and how they are, you'll find that a lot of the different decks are very similar in terms of how they play. So like a control archetype is actually a control archetype, and a aggro archetype can draw a bunch of cards. So it's access to cards and things like that's a lot easier for decks, and a lot easier for them to access. I think this turn's just always just play down the Grazer and then just play the coin and get rid of the Execute out of my hand. And then go face with the 8 damage. Since they used their Bob that turn, it means they don't have access to taking my Ziliax. There also isn't really a fatigue anymore. Like there's a new card called Kill Jaden that came out in the most recent expansion. Starship seems pretty strong too when I've versed it. It does definitely gain a lot of armor, but you'll find that it runs out of steam pretty easily as well. I'll just trade and see what I end up getting into with this. I didn't get anything. I think I just played it on the Splitting Space Rock and keep these cards in my hand. Splitting Space Rock will be relatively decent going into what's there. Yeah, so Starship, it's gotten a buff since before. There isn't too many extremely viable Starship decks around at the moment still though. Okay, so it's always just trade. I can just go for the Life Bender, it gets me a minion onto the board, then I can use my 2 coins that are here. And I'm just going to draw some cards. I don't want to draw too many just in case. Play the 2 coins down in Hero Power and hit into there. It means that I can access my Dungar still onto them. Pass. Okay, so they've still got access to the Ziliax. Their hydration stations are now online because they'll be able to get out 2 minions or 3 minions if they want. Yeah. Okay, so they get Ziliax, they get Thunderbringer, and they get the little crystal. They'll use that to trade. I can use my Dungar to take control of their Ziliax. Because I think this is certain Yogg.
Makes her the adventure of a lifetime.
So take control of the Ziliax. Okay, that's not preferred. and just trade. Unfortunately, that's actually that's really bad because those Ziliaxes can now die just to a sanitize that they more than likely have in their hand. And it also meant that I missed 8 damage through the Stargrazer as well. It looks like this deck that I'm playing against is a Reno deck, so this is probably the greediest of the list. Yeah, that's what Yogg does to me quite often, unfortunately. It was honestly awful in that, because that got rid of my 4/4s. Yeah, got rid of my Ziliaxes. It's pretty much a lose condition with how bad that was. Play down the Splitting Rock here. It is quite likely that I do lose now though, so I'm gonna have to just try and apply as much pressure as I can onto them. Because they probably, with that weapon they probably got the win free, and then they also got the gain 8 armor or get the 8 cost minions out. Odin. Okay, so I'm gonna have to use my hydration station this turn. They aren't playing Reno because they use the second new heights then. This can't get anything at the moment. So I'll have to use the hydration station here. I'll use Blossom as well to draw some cards, but also to make it so I'm getting the damage on board as well. Deal 9, deal 8, and then trade into this. So they're playing Odin Warrior, so it's quite likely they can still out armor what I have here. Yogg. Let me guess, their Yogg's gonna be better than mine that just silenced the board. Yep. Okay, so the Ziliax can trade again. They got. They're down to 2, so I'm probably just gonna have to use hydration station, this last hydration station, very aggressively. So use the hydration station, use the swipe from it. Swipe into the Portillan Traveler. That doesn't deal anything different, so just swipe into face. Use that. Use that. I need to kill the Yogg. So it would have been better trading with that, but I don't think it's going to mean too much because they're probably going to just be out to win. That was, I think that was an on-tilt play, to be honest. So I should have, with the Ziliax traded, I should have used my face to trade into the Traveler, and the Ziliax trades into the Yogg, so I didn't take as much damage. Luckily for me, the Splitting Space Rock has a lot of is quite difficult for a warrior to deal with. They're using another. They're using the sleeping, so they're sleeping with the under the stars. So they haven't used it for armor, which is good for me. Unfortunately, without having my second hydration, unfortunately having used my second hydration station, I am in a little bit of trouble for what they could end up using. Exodar summons the starship. They're gaining back armor. So up to 21. They didn't attack though, so that's a bit of a misplay from them. This always trades into there. This trades into here. Ziliax can trade into there. They lose. They don't have access to that 12 armor they just gained as well. I've got to use new heights here to try and at least somewhat deal with this. And I'm just going to have to deal the damage from these at the moment. Wait, what? Is that how that interaction works? Okay. Sure, that's definitely terrible. I didn't know that that interaction worked like that either. Yeah, basically. And the fact that the 12 armor, I didn't realize did that sort of clear on it. Yeah, this game.
I can see.
I think they would have been able to clear that board anyway, I think. What decks have you been playing since you started back up? Because there's a lot of interesting decks that are out now, but they all are quite similar in terms of how many cards they can draw and such.
Malfurion versus Morgul!
I must protect the wild.
Okay, so I'm just gonna full mulligan this hand. I'll keep the Seedling. I have a loner deck of our Druid. It seems similar to yours, I guess, but no Dunga. It is Yoggen, Okay, sure. Have you already chosen the decks? Or is it still the 6 days or whatever it is between getting it? So I have access to Dungar. I have the coin and the Innovate, so I'm a little bit closer. But it's still they still can quite easily take this out. They're gonna trade here, obviously. This could only get me a 1/1. If they have the Traveler, this would be a difficult board to deal with. So I think I always just trade into one of the 1/1s because I'm hoping they don't have the buff. If they had the buff with the Turbolus, it could be an issue for me. Which is why I didn't use this that turn. Okay, so they got Gorgon Zormu, so I think it's just play down this turn now. Because next turn they'll probably have the backstage bouncer for me. Use this first, see what I get. Cactus Construct, use that, see what I get. None of these are particularly useful for me. I'll keep the Nephite because it could be useful going into a turn where they could use the gift onto me, and it allows me an extra turn, possibly. I have access to my Blossoms as well now, which is good. Okay, Ziliax. Not a preferred draw. They have access to their backstage bouncers now, so they've got 11 damage sitting on board. I think it's always this first. New Heights puts me up to... It's going to only put me up to 8. Yeah, I choose Leonard. Not sure if that answers your question. Is it 6 days? I got the line. So with the lone decks, after the 7 days, so the first 7 days you play, you can choose between the different decks, and just play the different ones. And then if and when you choose the deck, you end up that ends up being the deck that you've chosen. You can't use the other ones afterwards, and you get, I think it's the 7 days to choose between the 3. So they've got 11 damage sitting on board. I can either use this or I can use this. I think it's New Heights here because New Heights, then next turn I can use the Blossom, the 2 Blossoms to get back 20 armor, or I can use a Blossom plus the Nephite, and it should end up having enough to be able to save from the board for them. And then I can use Coin Dungar the following turn, or I can use Coin Ziliax. It means that have got more access to the Dungar in the future turn. So an Innovate next turn would be brilliant, but obviously that's a 1 in 19, so it's not that likely. Yeah, it's still the same as it used to be. Ugh. Okay, so if it's a counter spell, so it's a 1 in 2 and 5, so 40% chance that it's a counter spell. If it is a counter spell, I just lose on the spot. If I play that. If I use a coin first and it's counter spell, it's still pretty much just as likely to lose. So I just use this. Okay, and then I play down the Nephite, so they can't use their 18. They have enough damage still. 6, 9, 16. So if they have the weapon, they win. That's 18, isn't it? 9, 12, 18. The Nephites definitely are very strong. Like, I think any deck that that people are playing should definitely use the Nephites, because of how powerful they are. Just stopping that particular turn that most decks have that use spells to combo. Okay, so I've got the Trail Mix, I've got the Splitting Space Rock, and I've got the Stargazer, so that's quite good for me to have. This hunter was the Trample Hunter. So I basically want to just be looking for Ziliax. Dungar and Ziliax are definitely the cards that I want in this. Okay, Innovate's fine. Yeah, so when you up with Shaman, I think it's pretty much always stayed the same because of Bloodlust being available. Like when people play Bloodlust, they obviously are able to deal a lot of damage, and the gift of Thrall's Gift is quite strong for it too. Oh yeah, Innovate for 2 was ridiculous. It still is very strong just for 1. I can only imagine what 2 would be like in this meta. Because they released, you'd be surprised, but they released it was a spell, it was a spell in Skullman's Academy that was, uh, gain 2 mana crystals, but you overload for 2, and it was available for both Shaman and Druid. So, and it was still played, like that's sort of strong. Okay, New Heights here always, and then pass. It's gonna be Blossom more than likely, and it'll be Blossom first, and then I'll see what I end up getting. Okay, so they're playing Catch of the Day down, so they will just do a trade into that. They keep the 3/3 and the 1/1 alive. Revelation. So this will put me up to 7, and will put me up to 8 next turn. So it's always the Blossom first to see what I get. I got Dungar, which is really good, so I just play down the Trail Mix. And then pass. Next turn's Innovate Dungar. And they still haven't used any of their reserve spots yet, so I should be relatively safe going into next turn. But with all those cups of muscles, that is a little bit concerning for me. And so it's always coin Dungar here. I got the Ziliax, which is good for me. So hit into the 3/3. I might just draw cards till I've got a full hand, because I might be needing some stuff here. I'll use the Innovate this turn as well, because then it can access my Stargazer, and then I'll use the Revelation, see what I get. and then just go face. They conceded. Dungar's, yeah, but when you do get the Dungar out, it's really busted. Like that. You just blurt out stats in turn 5 and it's just impossible to deal with. Cup of Muscle adds 2/1 to a random minion in your hand, and you can use it 3 times.
Malfurion versus Valera.
Stay in the shadows.
Okay, so I've got Dungar, Innovate, Cactus, Construct. I think I just cycle the Innovate. I keep the other 2. Yeah. So the idea behind that deck that I was playing was they buff up a minion in their hand with Rush, and then they give it a spell that excess damage goes towards the opponent's face. So they end up getting a minion that's like, you know, it can be like a 20/20 that has Rush and has hitting into the face along with hitting other minions after you kill the minion. Nephite's always the correct play here. I don't know what rogue I'm playing against at the moment. It could be Shafar weaponed or cycle. I think I just play it down for tempo here. It means that it puts them a turn behind as well, possibly. It allows me then to have access to Malfurion's gift. Playing down the quick pick. Fine. So playing quick pick is a pretty standard play for that for rogue anyway, because it's obviously better than just hero powering. Use wild growth and then just go face. I'm hoping that I can get another ramp card next turn to be able to access the Dungar or the Thunderbringer soon. So Miracle Rogue hasn't been a thing for a long time because Gadget San is not in format anymore. It's not in standard, and it would be too slow now as well. The Cycle Rogue it uses Oracle, so you'll see it very shortly. It's so busted. It's getting nerfed at the end in I think tomorrow or the next day. At the moment it's a 3 mana minion that gets 2 spells and has spell damage +1. When you draw a card, when you use a spell. So they will be using Oracle. You'll be able to see it in a moment when it comes out. Basically, the idea behind this deck is to cycle through cards really quickly and then get access to their Playhouse Giants, and then use Big Burst afterwards. So right now, I still don't have anything to do. I think it's probably going to be, if I do get an Innovate, I'm going to have to just Innovate into Thunderbringer, because I can't just leave this board. The problem is, the thing that's also interesting is it seems like they don't have too much to do either. Okay, so they got an Asteroid onto me. With their hand being quite full, they probably have spells that will deal with my minions. So there was a deck called Garrett Rogue in, I think it was 3 years ago now, that was quite similar to Miracle Rogue. I think Gadget Sand Auctioneer was also in the format at the time, but it was used because it could draw through cards a lot quicker and it was only a 3 mana card. I think it was each combo or battle cry card you played, it drew a card. This is really something else. Is Dungar even going to summon anything? At the moment, I'm getting a Splitting Space Rock, Stargrazer, Ziliax, or Eonar. If I use the Thunderbringer, it will probably then get out the Stargrazer and the Splitting Space Rock, which would then mean that it's just getting an Eonar. I'm just getting 1 minion. Okay, so we're up to 20 now. Yeah, I drew through all my minions and got no ramp. Okay, so they got the breakdance out now. To be fair, they didn't get an exceptional start either, but yeah. I'm gonna say I don't like my odds of surviving next turn, unless I get Innovate this turn. Oh, there's a new heights. That would have been useful for the last 5 turns. I've just got to play Thunderbringer and hope. Yeah, but they're gonna win next turn more than likely, because Tarslick doubles the cost. Doubles the attack damage. They probably have a fan of knives as well. That's a deafen. Yeah. Can't do much about that. Yeah, Yogg's 10 as well. Oh. Oh well, that's sometimes how you draw. It's just the way it is. You draw like a potato. I only had eight cards in my deck that I could have drawn for most of those turns to be able to get the Dungar out and survive, but it is what it is. It's used against a lot of decks. This deck is as well, but it just depends on how you're playing. Like if you're playing really aggressively, it is a lot stronger doing it in that particular way. Yeah, I'll just keep those. Because if you're playing aggressively and you don't have the 9 mana that you're going into, or the mana cost that you're going into, it means that just playing it down means you can't just coin into the Dunga. So if you wait an extra turn, obviously you don't have to worry about that. Yeah. The missing of the key turns obviously is very difficult too. But it's the net that card's also quite strong against a lot of other decks too. Like it's strong against Cycle Rogue, it's strong against Spell Druid, it's strong against Shaman. It's because a lot of decks use spells to get to their particular combo turn now. I'm not sure if the new expansion's going to change that or not. It's another Cycle Rogue. Unfortunately, I don't really want to use Forbidden Fruit to trade into it. I could, but it doesn't feel worthwhile. Especially losing my ramp turn for it. Because I don't think they're going to be able to get access to the Giants this turn. Next turn's quite likely possibility though. If they cycle through more of their cards, I think it might be possible, but they won't be able to get it this turn for sure. To Tarslick. So next turn's always the Blossom. See what I get. And then I just hero power, I guess. So what am I going up to? I'm probably going to have to use the Forbidden Fruit just to survive, I'd say. If they end up getting the Giants out this turn, that is. Okay, so that's one more card. They're playing it down. It's not likely they're going to have it now. Okay. So it gives me an extra turn. I think I always just use the Forbidden Fruit here to gain the extra mana. I'll gain the extra armor. Because they aren't really posing anything at the moment. Gear Shift means I get access to the Giants though. Yeah, this card here is the reason why it's in play. It's getting nerfed to 4 mana soon though. I think it's on the 21st. Breakdance. So they get another giant out. And another one. So at the moment they got 35 damage on board. Hold on. 37 damage on board. They've only got one asteroid. They're shadow stepping that as well. I think it's just going to be waiting for the Dungar. I don't think it's worthwhile trying to do the Thunderbringer play. Because they could have a silence like the other deck. But they can also quite easily kill it too, and then it means it's just no chance for it. At the moment they're sitting with 35 damage. So always Pendant here. Grab the Yogg. Elfurian's Gift. And grabbing the Feral Rage to give extra armor to me. So that puts me up to 48. I don't think they should be able to kill me from that. And then my Dungar's able to summon... It will summon at least something that can get me armor. Health back. Because they've only got one asteroid left in their deck as well. Okay, they're playing the Oracle down. They do still have access to another Oracle. Yeah, fingers crossed. But I still do have another... I still possibly might not even get Zilliax. It's not a guaranteed at the moment. Because there's still 4 minions left in my deck. Actually, hold on. No, it doesn't matter, because both of those are in the same. Oh, dear. Yep. Yep. So I can only get up to 28 doing that. They don't have any Tarslicks left, but they will have a Dubious Purchase. There's only 4 cards left in their deck. I'm assuming they've got it pretty easily. I'm not too... I'm pretty sure just trading in general would be this. Okay, I think we might switch decks because we're getting a little bit halted. Let's go. Let's go with Weapon Rogue. Yeah, let's do some Weapon Rogue.
quite as the gladiators we once were.
Stay in the shadows.
Yeah, you get to keep one loner deck. So it will say something like, your time's now finished, so you can choose one of these loner decks as your deck to have. I'm just going to keep the Sword Shiner here. And that's it. They don't go away entirely, you just get to keep one. Once it will say something like, your time's now finished, so you have to pick a deck to go with. Playing against a Warrior, next turn's pretty much always Dagger unless I draw into Quick Pick. Then I play Sword Shiner. Got 2 coins in my hand as well. You can try as many as you want during the loaning time, as long as you haven't clicked something that says, this is your final choice of deck.
Set it down, and I'll light it up.
Okay, just draw some cards first.
Without
Go face. Next turn's going to be O Manager onto that. I might end up using a Gear Shift as well, because I don't particularly need these at the moment. I can use that one.
I ain't talking. Set it down, and I'll light it up.
Okay, so I think it's always coin here. Use your manager on the 2-1. Oh, the 0-2. Get into these. I might do some cycle, see what I end up getting. I'll need to use this next turn.
without
Okay, so they've got an 0-2 still on the board. Dirty right now doesn't get any minions out of my hand. Not too worried if they do trade into that. The sharp shipment should be enough to be able to deal with them. If they have Ziliax, that is a very big problem if they get that from that card. So I think it's always here. Problem is I wouldn't be able to use my weapon then if I ended up just using the Dubious Purchase. So it's always Sharp Shipment here. Get into the 1-5, hope that's not Ziliax. Use Coin, then Dubious Purchase on the 1-1. If it's Ziliax, basically I just lose. Okay, so I'm just going to get more damage onto my weapon, and then I'm going to use Prep Mic Drop. So I need to deal as much damage as I can, considering how much health they're getting up to. And my weapon only has a few more procs left in it. Well, only one more proc left in it. Especially since I don't have another sharp shipment at the moment. Okay, so none of these feel particularly good. I think I just grab this and hope that I get something decent from a spell of theirs. I'm just going to take the Garish's gift. I need to try and get into my sharp shipment, otherwise I'm just going to end up losing. Deafen as well will be relatively decent too. I think they've got too much armor at the moment for me to deal with, especially if this ends up getting something else. They're going to get another of these under the board. If I don't get sharp shipment, I think it's over there. It could have been an option, but Brawl doesn't really do anything for what I need, because if this ends up getting a Ziliax anyway, I end up just losing.
There's simply nothing I can do.
Yeah, none of these cards are useful. I might just have to break my weapon, which is not great. Let's take the Aftershocks for now. Get into that.
Without a trace.
Get into that. I don't want this to die just yet. And then I'll just set up my weapon. It's not likely that I am going to survive though, so I feel like they've probably got too much armor for me to deal with. I'm just going to concede here, there's not anything I can do with that.
I give up.
They'll have more armor in their hand. They'll have another safety goggles for sure. Yeah, it's not a great matchup for that. But you know, it's just what ladder is. Sometimes you do draw. Sometimes you get matchups that you want, or you draw particularly well. Sometimes you switch class and then you end up getting a class that you don't want to play into. It's just how it is sometimes. If I end up playing into a Cycle Rogue, I more than likely just win because this deck is so strong against Cycle Rogue. It's strong against a lot of the different archetypes that are played as well. So basically, with this class, with this deck, you want to be just trying to go for your, highest I've gotten is rank 20, 24. I think it's a druid, so usually the druids are a bit of an issue as well, because they can get a lot of armor up against you. I did get the shining sword shiner, which is good for me, and I've got a quick pick as well for next turn. So this is probably the best sort of, somewhat the best start that I can be getting. Because I have access to the quick pick this time, so that means I'm drawing a card each time I attack. And I've also got the two hip hop drops as well. Next turn's gonna be Sword Shiner. I'll do a ramp here. Sword Shiner here. Go face. So I think it's gonna be Deadly Poison Mic Drop.
Stop and smell the flowers.
It won't be, because if I do Deadly Poison now, it ends up not being able to trade into that very well. So I guess it's just the hip hops. Hope it's not Ziliax. Yeah, there still is. There's a 3/4 3 mana minion that you can trade out as well. It's not played too often because there's not too many weapon decks around. This is basically the only deck that runs a weapon that would be of concern. Okay, Dig for Treasure is next to useless. I'll just use the gear shift here. If I don't get a sharp shipment, I'm just gonna have to go face and then set it up a new one. I did get the sharp shipment luckily, so I can just go full face now. They're down to 17 health. I should be fine. As long as there's not a Ziliax that comes out with that Flotillan Traveler, but I feel like there probably is a Ziliax coming out because they haven't played it yet. Okay, Deadly Poison, Dubious Purchase. Just go face. I'm gonna use the Dig for Treasure as well. It doesn't get me anything because I already have this one in my hand. Show me the Ziliax. Okay, quick draw. The Serpent's definitely the best in this situation for it. Deal into it. Another quick draw. I'm gonna have to just use my weapon this turn into it too, so I'm gonna have to use the prep here. Heat Wave, just deal with that. And I'm gonna have to burn my weapon. Because unfortunately the Deafen doesn't end up hitting into the Ziliax. If they have Hydration Station, they're just gonna win. I don't care if they get one of those online. Just re-establish the quick pick and pass over to them. No, the Ziliax has Elusive, which means that you can't attack it. You can't use spells and things onto it. Okay, so always the Sword Shiner here. Two Deafens. Mic drop, see what I got. Just hit into that, there's not really anything I can do. It's all good. Yeah. So those two decks are probably the most difficult you can face with Weapon Rogue. Because you can burst them down, like that's a way that you can win. But if Ziliax comes on the board, it's very hard to deal with it. Even if you draw quite well. Death Knight should be fine as long as they don't end up getting the freeze weapon. I'm just gonna full cycle this hand. Okay, that's fine. So I've got the Sword Shine, I've also the Quick Pick. Just gonna hold here. I do have two Quick Picks in my hand, but coining out the Quick Pick means I might not be able to access something that's important. Lay down the Quick Pick and go face. Pretty much all your damage with this deck is just going to go face. I got to dig for treasure, so I probably will use the dig for treasure next turn. I don't need to reveal that I have the sword shiner there as well. And it means I can just use the coin coming from this one as well. So, dig for treasure. Use the coin, use the sword shiner. I think I'll use the coin and get the deadly poison active as well and then go face. Deals more damage doing it this way. Next turn's probably just going to be sharp shipment and go face. They got buttons. I don't think they're going to have any freezing cards. With this, I actually end up playing that instead. I can use the sharp shipment the following turn. So, it's always just deal the damage to face. And use the O manager interface. It gets me an extra coin just in case I need it for like dubious purchase or something. So they're looking for the freeze weapon. If they don't have it, they just lose. If they have it, they probably win. Yeah. If there's no big taunts that get in the way of it, it just becomes too big for them. I have lethal next turn as long as there's not any healing or anything. Okay. Yeah, weapon rogue is quite strong in terms of being able to deal quite aggressive damage into the opponent. Because if you're using if there's no taunts that get in the way of you, like that's the reason why you run with the deafens anyway. It means that you have the ability to just take him out quite easily. Okay, so I'm playing against the Death Knight. I don't know what type of Death Knight it will be. I'm just going to keep one of the Sword Shiners just so I have the turn 3 play just in case. It is better to use Dig for Treasure for it, but since I already have it in my hand, I don't really want to risk it just in case. Turn 2 is Quick Pick, turn 3 is the Sword Shiner at the moment. Let's pass. I'm hoping if they have access to the weapon, it does mean that I lose. Like, that's just the way this matchup works. Because if they have the weapon, they just can hit into you a few times and you can't deal any real damage. Battle tag. It's just up there if you want it. Okay, play the quick pick. I'm just gonna go on to face here. Got no manager, that's fine. Next turn I play the Sword Shiner. Start of your next turn. Discover a spell, so I'm hoping that it's not the Runes of Darkness, because if it is, that'll be a bit of a problem for me. I'm always just going face here, I don't have anything to be able to buff as well. Next turn, possibly, is just going to be a Sharp Shipment. Okay, so they're just trading in the Hellier to this. Yeah, I've just put up my gamer tag, just let me know if you need it to go up again for you. If I dig for treasure here, I can get the dude out of my deck. I can then access the coin if I need to as well. Mic drop can get used, but I don't want to overdraw, so I always just go coin, sharp shipment here, then just go face. I don't have very much damage sitting in my hand, which is a bit unfortunate. Like, I can't buff my weapon up too high. Okay. If I use I can use the hip hop drop here. It deals a little bit extra damage and it gets the AoE, and then I can use the mic drop as well, and hopefully it gets me a thing that I can use. Use prep, use O manager, gets me a coin into my hand for these eviscerates that I have. I draw an extra card. And I'll just use the prep and the eviscerate now just to get the damage out of my hand, but also means that I don't overdraw. I have dubious purchase for a future turn as well. So I do have enough damage here. Somewhat. Dig for treasure is useless in this situation. I'll just use stick up. That deals 5. That's not enough at the moment, but I will just use it. And then I have the eviscerate as well, which will deal lethal. Okay. Next opponent. Yeah, the weapon rogue is a lot easier to be playing. Like you don't have too many lines that you need to worry about, and you don't get stopped by, you know, decks that easily beat that. Yeah, it's finally happening for me, hey. Okay, this was the person that was playing the hunter, but they're not playing it anymore. Looks like they weren't having too much luck with it. I will just keep the sword shiner. My preference obviously is to have you just go for dig for treasure and quick pick, but with the sword shiner it means I actually do have a guaranteed play of what I want to do. The other thing to think about in this matchup is you don't want to have too many tokens sitting on the board, because if they end up getting the backstage bouncer on you, it is a very big issue. What's your favorite deck? So my favorite deck at the moment is like, I do like the Dungar Druids, but my favorite deck is Shafar Rogue. It's a lot of fun to be playing. Because you're able to, like, it involves a lot of combos, but it also means that you can be quite aggressive as well. Can't use dig for treasure this turn. We've just got to do it for the sword shiner, and just trade here, because if they have the... I'm gaining brain cells with every word you speak. I don't know if that's sarcastic or not. I hope you're not being sarcastic, because I'm just like, it seems a bit funny, but you're welcome if you're not being sarcastic. Okay, so coin and the Ziliax. Okay, so they're going to be trying to go aggressive into me. I can use the dig for treasure here. It gets me another sword shiner. I don't really have any extra damage that I can deal in this hand. So if I go deafen onto the Ziliax, it means it can't get any bigger buffs onto it. I'm just still a little bit scared of the backstage bouncer as well, so I'll just do the deafen to the 5/7. I'll do an O manager onto the 3/2, and I'll just go face with these. I could use the sharp shipment, but that'll use all my stuff in my hand. I think I just need to go face like that. Actually becoming a better Hearthstone player by analysis. Oh, that's all good. You're welcome. That's the idea of the reason why I made the channel, to help people with developing their understanding of the game. Obviously, each decision you make does have an impact on how you play, and it has an impact on how you like what you end up coming up against as well. Okay, so they got the rush minion. They're just trading into the 3/1. They're problem is I don't have an easy way to deal with these because I don't have my Valera's gift in my hand. I'm gonna have to just probably reactivate the weapon, and I can get the sword shiner on the same turn. So it's just gonna be trade into the frog and reactivate the sword with the sword shiner. Next turn I have a few different plays that I could end up doing, but it wasn't really worthwhile using the prep and the sharp shipment considering I was just going into the frog anyway. Okay, so stick up's decent. I could do lay down the law, or I could do the glowstone worm. I think it's going to be the glowstone because it's going to be a way to clear one of these dudes at the same time. I then can use the deadly poison to clear this, and then I can go the 3/3 into the O1. I did that so I could trade more effectively for them, and they don't have any board now to be able to use their bloodlust turn. I can't use this to kill the 5 mana, so I'm just going to leave it. Oh, that's good. You know, like it's maybe some YouTubers just have a different way of explaining it to their audience, but I'm glad that you're enjoying it in the way that I speak for it. So with the Horn of the Windlord, they probably will be able to deal lethal next turn because they probably have the card. I don't have enough damage at the moment. I don't think. So if I go prep, sharp shipment. If I go eviscerate, that's 4 plus 2 more, so that's a 9, 13, 16. I'd need to draw into another eviscerate or into a hip hop drop. There's a few draws that I could get doing that, so I think I just go for it. So eviscerate, mic drop. So I can't deal lethal right now, so I just need to make it so that 5/2's dead. They probably will have lethal now to deal with me, but I'll just wait and see what they end up having. No point conceding at the moment, even if they do something like well played or whatever. Well, I'm glad that you've been watching them. It's which is your favorite of the decks that I've shown so far? Or the other thing as well is Cycle Rogue's gonna probably not be very good once the nerf happens in a few days. Oh well, unlucky. I did have a few outs by doing the mic drop, but it's just how it ended up happening for me. Yeah, very close. Yeah, Cycle's a lot of fun. Because you can obviously draw through a lot of cards. Getting out the giants really quickly is a lot of fun too. But yeah, it is getting countered quite hard, and that makes sense because it's the most popular deck by a mile. Is Priest viable? So yeah, a Highlander one. So Priest is generally pretty useless. The Highlander one's a really high rolly deck, so the idea is there's a card called Elise in it that you use, and it just summons out a bunch of it summons out a bunch of 5/5 duplicates from your deck. In the right metas, it's decent. Is Priest viable? Oh great. So is that's your first time getting Legend? Legend 7000's perfectly fine. Like you've got to come from somewhere. You know, like you can. It's just about playing and learning from your mistakes and just getting better in general. Just trying to improve the best way. The problem that I have with this hand is I'm not really doing anything. And they're playing Weapon Rogue as well. I think it's just dubious purchase here. And I'm just gonna have to chill. Stuck at 4,000. What, I got an insane lose streak with Rainbow Rogue? Rainbow Mage, gotcha. I was about to say, I don't know if there's a Rainbow Rogue, I've never heard of that before. So I think it's just prep, sharp shipment, and Duino managers just to get the thing onto the board, but they're dealing so much more damage than me at the moment that it's not looking very good. I'll have 2 of these hip drops down, which will be good. I can use an Eviscerate as well. Oh, that definitely would be cooking with a Rainbow Rogue. Stuck of... I hit Legend at 2,000. Oh, so you dropped quite a few ranks since then? That's alright, you know, like you just play to improve, that's the only thing you can really do. I think I've got to use a stick up here and hope that I get some sort of healing. Okay, so I have lethal next turn. I don't think they'll have lethal. Don't know if they can with that much. 19. So at the moment I have 17. That's 19, isn't it? Yep. So coin, O manager, Abyss, face. Yeah, Weapon Rogue definitely does feel like cheating, but to be fair, they had a better start than I did. I just went first. And probably drew, because I drew the Eviscerates with the, and then the Hyptonic drops, I just had a better later game than them. The healing, obviously, from the stick-up felt like cheating. Christian, so I sent I sent my gamer tag in chat if you wanted to use it. It's just, it's up towards the top. I can just put it back through again. Okay, playing against another rogue, so it's probably going to be Cycle. I don't remember seeing that. Does it come through in a different way in BattleNet? View sent request? No. I don't see any friend requests here. Yeah, it's America's. Let me just see my settings. It might be something to do with that. I've never had that issue before. So hide friends real ID, hide offline friends, view sent requests. Is there a point to playing? So I'm gonna have to try and see why I'm not able to get those friend requests because I don't have any sitting here at the moment. Account settings maybe? Doing the other... doing the other types, like you obviously get experience and things like that, but they basically are completely different archetypes, like completely different types to be playing. Maybe it's my parental controls. No. Security? No. Okay, friends. Access and manage friendships, yes. Friend suggestions. I got no idea. Maybe send your gamer tags and I'll add you.
Without a trace.
Because I'm not sure why it's not doing it. Okay, so I've got to dig for treasure here. I don't really have anything sitting in my hand that's very useful. They are playing Cycle Rogue. I got another Sword Shiner. I'll just use the Discover here as well. Pocket Sand's decent. It deals extra damage, but you can also then use the face damage from the other things. Okay, so is that working? Yep, that sounded like it worked. Did yours work, Strong? Yeah. Okay, good. I have no idea why it didn't work before.
Valera versus Maiev.
None can escape my fury. Stay in the shadow.
Okay, so I think it's always quick pick here. It does work. And then I've obviously got the dig for treasure as well now. Okay, so dig for treasure gets me an extra coin as well. I'm hoping they're playing Cycle Rogue, because if they are, I basically just win. Because I can go, yeah, they're playing Cycle Rogue. This isn't going to be fun for them. This is where you say, I'm sorry.
Without a trace.
Yeah, basically. It will be a GG situation very shortly. But to be fair, with Cycle Rogue as well, you can always, getting the Giants out always is going to be quite strong. Like, if you end up getting a turn 4 set of Giants, you could win this matchup, but if you don't get it till turn 5, you just simply lose. Okay, Tarslick. They're not really doing anything. So this turn I just go Sword Shiner, Coin, Prep. Oh, I thought I had a mic drop. Oops. Wasn't paying much attention. I just grabbed the Deadly Poison out with that. Use it. I'll hold the coin just for next turn, just in case I need to combo with something, and just go face. I was thinking that I had the mic drop for some reason. Oh, it doesn't matter too much. So next turn's probably going to be Coin Dubious Purchase plus Deadly Poison. Yeah, basically. Okay, so they're using the Oracle, they're using a backstab, so they're going to draw a few extra cards, but it should be fine. Like, they won't be able to deal enough damage going into their turns. They also don't have any, they're not anywhere near the giant. Like, they might be able to access it next turn, but it more than likely won't be till the turn after. So it's always here, coin. I could always use Deafen to tilt this and then get rid of the Oracle. That might end up being the best play just to guarantee it. Kill that and then take out the Oracle for certain, because if I take out the Oracle, it means that it's a lot less likely they're able to do anything. Unfortunately, I'm still only on 19 damage for them, so I'm still a little way off. So if they get Giants out this turn, I probably actually end up losing. But it looks like they're not going to be able to. Unless this is Dubious Purchase, that is. Yeah, I don't know about that. If they have... They're up to 18. Cycle? Oh, the Shadow Step. Is that a prep? Yeah, they have access to the Giants. That's not good. It is going to be close. Okay, so they're using the gear shift, so they've used both preps now. It means they're just sitting with the 10 damage that's on board here. They've used an asteroid as well coming out too. They've got another giant. Oh dear. Okay. So, getting rid of the Oracle here doesn't really do anything different for me, because they don't really have any spells that are going to deal face damage. Rehydrate gets 13 back, so I think it's always going to be Rehydrate here. It heals me up to 23, so it means they more than likely won't be able to take me out. And I'm just going to have to use the Sharp Shipment to keep my weapon active. So they can deal 18 right now. Their weapon deals 1 extra. They still could, if they get asteroids in their deck, that could be an issue for me. But they don't have any at the moment. They can't just drop Incendious because that doesn't get it there. Okay, so they're Shadow Stepping their Mauler. They could do Dubious Purchase. If they do Dubious Purchase, that gets them there. Possibly. They need to get 2 of the asteroids. Well, that's 1. Oh, that's 2 straight away. Unlucky. And another one. And another one. I don't know if they shuffled their deck then. I think they just put them on the top. Yeah, GG. I think they just put those cards on the top, to be honest. Yeah, I was a little bit unlucky, but, you know, I did misplay. Like, I honestly thought I had in my hand for that turn the mic drop. I wasn't paying enough attention. So there was a mistake there, so, you know, that's something that I can improve upon. Because if I still had that prep that turn, I possibly could have done, you know, a different sort of play going around. Okay, so got prep, O manager, and mic drop. I just mulligan everything here. I am definitely concerned because it is a druid. Dig for treasure is really strong. Okay, use the dig for treasure. And I'm actually going to use the coin and the second dig for treasure just to get both of these out of my deck. Okay, just attach the weapon and pass. Next turn's always going to be Sword Shiner. Turn 4 is more than likely going to be Hip Hop plus another card. So it's always Sword Shiner here. And I could possibly do Mic Drop and Hip Hop the following turn. Always dealing the face damage because I don't really want to have any sort of big problem that comes up. If they do have the Starship, I can use Deafen onto it. So I'm just gonna... I don't really just want to silence it by itself because if they have the cube, it means that they can just take it out anyway. So I'm gonna go silent. I still want to deal that 2 damage for it though. So maybe I go coin, silence. I could go dubious purchase to draw extra cards, but this is probably more important to get out this turn. This is always going face. I'm just going to go dubious purchase here. Gets me an extra few cards. Send the 3 damage face. Well, it's important just knowing what your curve is going to be. That's the reason why I'm planning for it. That turn was a bit awkward. Like, I probably could have done it a bit better. But for your turns, it's just about looking at the cards in your hand and thinking about what your best line is. Okay, so Oaken summons. It gets a Traveler. I could go Sharp Shipment and Deadly Poison, or I can just activate a new Quick Pick. So I think that might actually be the better play. So I just trade here, hit into there, play the Quick Pick down, and then get a new Sword Shiner out. Because it's quite possible I might be going into the late game with this. Did their Torchill and Travel get anything then? I don't think it got anything. Okay, so it's always Hip Hop drop here. I can then use the Sharp Shipment, or I could go coin Mic Drop. I think it's just use the Mic Drop this turn. Trade into here, go face. There's no benefit of using the prep right now, so I'm just going to hit with my weapon into their face. See what I draw. Another prep's good. They may try and activate their Starship. But if they do, I'm not in too bad a situation because I can shoot prep dubious purchase. I got Sharp Shipment as well. So right now I have an extra 4 damage just sitting here, plus this, so 6... I have 8 extra damage sitting in my hand. What are they playing Bob the Bartender down for? They have Ziliax in their hand, so maybe they don't actually have another play to do. But I'd surely just activate the Starship in this situation, not just play down Bob. Okay, they're at 21 health. Okay. So they're trying to get access to their Ziliax. Yes, you can silence a Starship. I did that already. So this only has 1 Starship in it, even though they use 2. So this is 3, 10, so 13, 15, 19, 21. I also did have access to another sharp shipment if I needed to, so I had a little bit extra damage. So with Spider Lift, so ages ago, I used to play League, and I was copying, you know how there's double lift? I was an ADC when I was playing it, and I ended up just going with Spider Lift because I wanted to be similar, but obviously different. So, you know, it's just ended up coming from that. Okay, so this hand I've got to dig for treasure. I've got a... Yeah, double lift's pretty cool.
Stay in the
I've got to dig for treasure, I've got to stick up, and I've got a mic drop. ADC main on League. I haven't played League in so long. I used to play it quite a lot, but a lot of my friends ended up dropping off it, and I dropped off it as well because it ended up being like, you know, pretty tilting, just with the toxicity that's in the game. I only play it. Yeah, ARAM's probably the only way that I'd play as well. Okay, so it's always just attach weapon and go face, because I've got this anyway. When I do, it's always going to be this one because that's the one that I got from Dig for Treasure. They won't then know that I have this card in my hand. They're playing Shafar Rogue. I think that this deck deals enough to deal with it. I'm not sure why they used the Lucky Comet this turn though. Okay, Sharp Shipment. So I always go the Sword Shiner here. I'm just going to go face. There isn't too much in my hand, unfortunately, so they will have quite an easy way if they do have the Shafar in their hand. Okay, so that got them one of their pirates. So they got the Buccaneer out. It's getting 3, so that's a little bit concerning. I could go prep Dubious Purchase here. Probably is going to be the best play because I don't want to be taking too much damage. I can go Coin. I don't know if I've played it before. I can go, so if I go Gear Shift, I can go Dig for Treasure next turn. Dig for Treasure to get back out the Pirate. It gets me the extra coin too. I'm just deciding whether I'm going to use my weapon or not. I think it's probably going to be for the best, so I think I go the weapon here. Next turn I'm just going to play down the Sword Shiner again. Because since they don't have the Nexus, it means they're still a turn or 2 away.
There once was a man from Gilneas.
Okay, so they use that Elven Minstrel, so that should have got them the Nexus for next turn. This card for 4 is ultra cheap. Which card is it, sorry? Are you talking about the Elven Minstrel? Okay, so play down the Sword Shiny here. And I'll just get my mic drop ready. I'll just use the mic drop. It could get me a prep, which it did. I didn't get a coin. I think I just go face with this. No, the spell. Or Dubious Purchase. It's got a lot of value in it, because you can use it obviously with prep.
As a gracious host, I will tend to you personally. How entertaining.
Thing that made me want to try Hearthstone again is the achievements. I couldn't figure out what can you. I don't think you can spend achievement points on anything. I have a bunch and they're just sitting there. Okay, so at the moment they've just got the South Sea Deckhand chillin'. They've got an Elven Minstrel card and they've also got the Nexus. I can just go for a Deafen onto this to get it out of play. That's probably going to end up being my play, so I go Sharp Shipment, I go Deafen onto the 2-4, and then I put a Mic Drop down. I don't think they'll have access to be able to take me out next turn. So they don't have their Lucky Comet card anymore, which was their Elven Minstrel. They've used one of their South Sea Deckhands and there's a Bargain Buccaneer, so depending on what the Elven Minstrel card was, it could deal lethal. It just depends on what they landed on. Okay, so that was a South Sea Deckhand. They're using Stick Up to put onto the Nexus. The Nexus is going to have 3 buffs onto it.
As a gracious host, I will
Wait.
come to you personally.
They've got something else in their hand.
How entertaining.
Maybe it's Buccaneer. Okay, so they're putting Deadly Poison down and they're dealing 8 damage. They're dealing 11. So I've got 9 here. I need to deal an extra 10 damage. So Deadly Poison, Manager, Abyss, Coin. Oh, it didn't matter about the 2 extra coins. Yeah, Dubious Purchase is pretty busted. Like it's it does allow you to draw extra cards. The fact that it lets you draw 3 cards is what I think makes it so strong. And then you being able to take out a random minion too is really strong. And then being able to combo with Prep just is crazy. So yeah, it's exceptional.
Valir versus Rexa.
Okay, playing against a Hunter.
The chill winds blowing.
Stay in the shadows.
No, I don't play much Arena. Oh, what just happened?
Valir versus Rexa.
I played it a little bit, but yeah, not too much.
Stay in the shadows.
I have been playing since beta, and yeah, I haven't played it very much at all. I think it should only draw 2. It's basically Deadly Shot and Nourish, draw 3, option for 4 mana. Yeah, definitely. Like, it's the way that you can get such easy access to it as well, and especially since Rogue runs a lot of cheap spells and things, makes it incredibly powerful and incredibly easy to use. So just attach the weapon, go hit face. Next turn's going to be Sword Shiner. Turn after it is probably going to be Hip Hop and Manager.
Lush wilds and clear skies. This could be our home.
So play the Sword Shiner, go face. It obviously is decent getting the quick pick out in this situation, but I don't really want to risk it just in case, because if I don't keep up with damage and they get their alien encounters out, it becomes too much of a problem for me. Okay, so I've got 2 hip hops in my hand, so it's obviously just deal with this one, deal with the other one going face. I've got a Sharp Shipment as well that I can use. So next turn, when they use their Titan Forge traps, I'm going to have to go Deadly Poison first, then the Sharp Shipment. The other issue that I'm going to face as well is they're going to be able to access their alien encounters this turn, I believe. Yep, so there's 2 trackings plus a keychain plus two of those. It is alien encounters now. Oh no. It's always sharp shipment here.
Without a trace.
I'll just hold the deafen for the moment. There's no point revealing that to them. I think if they get the Tide Pool Hunter, it's going to be too much for me. Okay, how much damage do they have on board at the moment? So 9, 11, 13, 17, 20. Yeah, that's the game. GG. Alien Encounters is very, very powerful. One taunt. Oh, you can deal with one taunt, but if there's several taunts like that, it's pretty much impossible. Because with one taunt, you can go, you can use a deafen onto it. 2 taunts you can deafen as well, but anything more, you're starting to get in a bit of trouble, especially if you're wasting one of your weapon swings. Okay, playing against another rogue.
Stay in the shadows. Sorry,
I have access to the coin. Just full mulligan this. I'm trying to look for quick pick and quick pick and dig for treasure. Yeah, I've tried it before, but I always feel like I don't draw too well with it. It just feels a little bit clunky when I play it, I feel. Okay. So, I play the quick pick down here. And I'm just trying to decide, like, because if I use the quick pick, it means that it's possible that it gets less procs, but I do need to draw the extra card to try and see if I can get the Sword Shiner. Prep's quite decent here. Yeah, for Aggro Priest, I played it a little bit, but I feel like I don't particularly like playing aggro that much. It's not my favorite type of archetypes. Like, I'm okay with them, but it just feels like sometimes you aren't in too good a control of what ends up happening for you. So this turn is probably going to be prep. Dubious Purchase, I'd say. It just feels bad. Like, I think I need to do this sharp shipment. If I don't do that, I am in a little bit of trouble not doing it, because then I possibly lose the weapon. Okay, so they're using Shadow Step, so they're going to be playing it down again. So I can't do the prep play. Just draw a card and see what I get first. Reattach the weapon and pass, I think. So they still don't know particularly what deck I'm playing, which is the idea behind that play. They've used Dubious Purchase, they're drawing 4 cards. They've wasted a Shadow Step by using it onto the Colt. I've got a Mic Drop, which is okay for me. I can just go... I think I just go Sharp Shipment here, and just go... I don't really want to take any more damage from this either, so I think I'm going to do the Deafen on here. And just go face. Next turn I can go Prep, Dubious Purchase, and Mic Drop. Okay, so they're using their Prep. They don't have any asteroids in their deck, so I'm not too worried of them dealing extra damage through that. It looks like they've had a relatively slow start as well. That's going to put them up to 10 cards, so they either need to backstab this or they're going to overdraw. Shadow Step, but they still overdraw like that. They're still going to overdraw like that. Okay. So, Stick Up is fine, but I don't particularly want to use it. I'd rather just go for the Dubious Purchase play that I mentioned before. Dubious Purchase gets me a bunch more cards to be able to access. Mic Drop. I'm going to overdraw as well, but it's not too important for this deck to if it overdraws or not.
My hand is too full.
I don't think they're going to be able to access their Giant either. If they have the gear shifts, they probably will be able to. Actually, yeah, they will be able to since they have that gear shift. Because they'll be able to go the Oracle and they could go the Giants afterwards. So they got the Mauler. Is that another gear shift? Fan of Knives. Okay, so they have access to one Giant at the moment. They're doing a Shadow Step as well. Oh, that's a backstab. Okay. So they obviously don't have access to a Giant then. That feels bad for them. Just eviscerate face and then go Mic Drop again. Gets me extra cards doing it this way. And just go face with the weapon. They're down to 7. I don't think there's really any way they can deal lethal here. If they get some decent asteroid drops, they can go for it. With another Oracle, and then a Blood Mage. It's just, they've got so many different, Oh, really? Oh, really? Actually, they did only have 5 cards left in their deck. But that was all their asteroids. Yeah, that's true. I did underestimate it a little bit, but I don't think I would have played that any different. Like, I could have done the Stick Up, I guess. That probably would have been a little bit safer because it could have got me some heal, and it could have got rid of the Oracle. So that probably was the better play in that situation, using the Stick Up. But with that being said, yeah. Did I have a possibility of lethal that game? I might have a quick look to see if that, because just thinking of how much damage that I dealt just then, and they only had 7 health, I may have had a lethal miss there. So just full mulligan this. Okay, go to turn. What was it? That was turn 7, wasn't it? Okay, so I used Deadly Poison, I used Eviscerate going face, they're down to 16, then I used Mic Drop. No, I didn't have any lethal, but I could have used a Stick Up to get some sort of health gain. It's not certain, obviously, to get health gain with it, but it's a possibility. Okay. Every deck in there is playing this card. There's not really it doesn't really feel like there's a right play here, like it just all feels pretty bad. I didn't want them to use the card that gets it back into their hand. That's the reason why I traded into that. And dealing 3 damage isn't too much of a thing that I would worry about either. Okay, so using a coin, summoning a 2/2. Not too worried about that. Orbital Halo. I can silence that if I need to. This hand does not feel good. So, stick up and see what I get. I can get the rehydrate or the dehydrate. This is more than likely going to be an aggro priest. The dehydrate establishes more control in this situation too. It gets me some health back, which is probably the main reason why I'd use it. So I just hit into the 2/2, go face, and then re-establish my weapon. Does not feel good doing that. I lost to a priest from Wild that used both their fights, and both of them had 4 mana cards that is leveled up version of her. I don't think they would have used Lortha. But with that being said, the tradable aspect of it is what makes it extremely powerful. It's prep dubious purchase time. Okay, I hit the Oracle. I think I need to silence this. And I'll just take a turn to chill. Like, I'm sitting so far behind where I want to be, but they are an aggro deck too. So I guess it's fine. Okay, they're gonna get another Oracle doing it that way. I don't really want to leave them with the board just in case they get hot coals. So it's gonna be coin. Then I can use the deafen onto this. So it makes it into the 2/1. Then I can use hip hop drop. And let's just build up a weapon. Go face. So it means I only need to be able to deal 6 more damage. I'm probably gonna have to use the stick up next turn. See what I get first, and then I'll end up trading from that. They got the Oracle, and they've got an Orbital Halo, so with that, they can't... If they use the Acupuncture, it means that they'll end up killing themselves doing it that way. The Spring Water is a bit of a problem for me since I don't have anything right now. I'll use the Quick Draw first to see what I get from it. I think it's going to be this. It gets me some more health back and I just go face with it. And then I just deal this and establish my new weapon. So basically, I have a few cards that can get me into a winning position here. But them healing, obviously, is not the preferred situation. They're going to hot coals here. So they're on 14, I'm on 14, they have 7 that's there, they can't do another one of those. So I'm just going to get my Deadly Poison out of this, use the gear shift and see what I end up getting from it. Dubious Purchase, hopefully it hits the Oracle, unlucky. Dig for Treasure gets me a coin, and the other Sword Shiner. Just go face with this, and hope. They've still got another Acupuncture. And the Hot Coals, so Acupuncture and Hot Coals will deal lethal if they have that. With their 5 damage that's on them. Yeah. That felt bad. Not drawing into my weapon dude made it a very hard game. Has anyone looked at the new cards from the expansion? It seems interesting. Warlock got extremely shafted. They're so weak in that expansion. Like there's the cards they got are just completely pointless for the Zerg archetype. The Oh, I think they've gone back to the warrior.
I can't do that.
The trample hunter. Yeah, it looks pretty interesting. The starships seem interesting as well. Is there any meta lock decks currently? What do you mean? Sorry, meta lock. I don't know what that means. Okay, so just chill this turn. Next turn's weapon. Turn after that's sword shiner. Any good lock decks? So your best bet would be things like the. It's just wheel warlock. That's probably the only one that really stands out. There was Pain Warlock that was around last meta, but I don't think that's going to really pick up this meta either. Yeah, it's probably Wheel Warlock that it relies very heavily on the starships. Just establish the weapon hidden to face. Next turn's going to be Sword Shiner. If I get a prep, I use it on that as well. They used a tracking, so they may have the guy in their hand, but I don't know for sure. That's going to get them the Titan Forge traps. Just get this out and go face. Next turn's probably just going to be a dubious purchase and chill, I'd say. Okay, so they've used a tracking, so they're almost at the alien encounters turn. They're one turn off. They have a coin in their hand as well. Let's try and use this. It's a freezing trap. Use coin if it's an ice trap. So I have two options here. I can either just hit into this and have the quick pick active, or I can just use Dubious Purchase to draw some cards. I think it's just going to be Dubious Purchase here. I got a prep. I don't really want to use it right now, but I have to so I don't overdraw. So I'm just going to hit with the O Manager and then go face. And it gives me a coin back into my hand, so it essentially just refunds 1 mana.
Lush wilds and clear
Hey, is there a deck code for this? Looks like description doesn't. Oh, I'll get it at just a second. So export. Edit description. Okay, and then save. Alright, I've put it into the description now, and here's it in chat if it's a bit easy to access it like that. So they just played down the dude. I think I just go Sword Shiner, touch the weapon and go face. Can't really do anything else with this. That's all good. You're welcome. This deals 3, this deals 7 plus 6, that's 13. I have this as well. So alien encounters can block that. The monkeys blocks it somewhat as well. So if I go deafen of this. Lyra's gift, deadly poison. Grab the deadly poison and send the weapon swing into face. Did I have a... No, I had lethal. Oh well, it doesn't matter too much. They're not going to be able to deal with this, but I missed lethal because I forgot about the 1 extra damage that comes from the weapon, the hip hop drop. Oh well, it's all good. Okay, so they've got to catch the day, but it doesn't really matter too much. I got the eviscerate that just is lethal. Just the extended BM, I guess.
Valera versus Taranda.
You give me strength. Stay in the shadow.
Okay, so I'm playing against a priest. The mulligan doesn't change for this deck, so you're pretty lucky that yeah, you're pretty lucky with what you... How was that lethal? So the eviscerate would have been lethal. They're on 14, weren't they?
And the impure fall.
Or were they on 15? I feel like they're on 14. Okay, so he's got the buff going into this guy. I'm not too concerned about that. I just attach quick pick and go face. Yeah. So it would have been 6 from the weapon plus 1 more because of the buff. The plus 1 buff. And then 3 and 7. 3 and 4 make 7. Yeah. Just go face with this. But it doesn't really matter, like, they were playing Trample Hunter and I didn't have any minions on board, so they wouldn't have really been able to do anything with it anyway. Okay, they got 7 damage posed on board at the moment. Not too concerned about that. I'll just go the Sword Shiner, Coin, Prep, Mic Drop. It allows me to get extra damage going onto the board here. I think that I coin and take out this, it just clears it for sure. And then next turn I can use dubious purchases on stuff. So its dubious purchase will set me up for the following turns, and I'm just hoping that I'll be able to get a sharp shipment in the turn after that. Deadly poison obviously will be relatively decent too, being able to deal damage to them. In this situation, since I'm going to be using Dubious Purchase anyway, getting less damage from the damage that's here was more important for me. Them drawing cards isn't really very important for me because they don't usually have too many taunts. If they do, I'll be able to take them out with my other spells. I'm just trying to get as much board presence as I can. I mean, as much damage as I can onto them. So then if they do try and use a taunt on me, I can just deal face to them. I got a mic drop. It's always just going to be prep dubious purchase here. I got another O manager. So that ends up dealing with this 2-2 if I wanted it to. So I'm just going to go face first and see what I end up getting first before deciding. I don't have a sharp shipment yet, so I don't really want to go very big on this weapon just in case. So I'm just going to do the O manager into the 2-2. And then just pass. The problem here is that they do have, if they end up getting this, a bunch of taunts through this, it can be an issue for me. Okay, so they're just playing down the taunt and then they're trading. Okay, so I've got another O manager, so I can deal with that 2-2 quite easily. So I think I just go coin O manager. So I don't have enough damage that's just sitting in hand at the moment, so I think it's either going to be use the stick up here and hope to get something to be able to deal with this, or I could use this, but then I have to use my sharp shiner as well. I think that's probably going to be the better play because it allows me to let me draw more cards. So I'm just going to go the sword shiner now, use the coin, take out this because I don't want it to be getting any more taunts for them, and just go face with this. Because the little taunts are just as annoying as the big taunts, because dubious purchase can take out the little ones anyway. Would be able to take out the big ones anyway. Okay, so they just grabbed the clay guy out. Stick up can clear that. I'll just use a stick up just now. Grab the pocket sand. Use a dubious purchase, hope it hits that. It does. I got a deafen as well, so I can deal with their 1-1 that comes out too. Just play the deadly poison and go face. Next turn I have lethal in hand. As long as they don't heal. If they heal... Do I have lethal still? Not with these. There's the 1-2 that's there. I have a 6 damage weapon. Yeah, I would have lethal as well, so I could just, in that, if they ended up going and healing, I can use a deafen onto this, I can use a pocket sand onto this, a vis, and face damage deals 14. Okay, so they're just healing up, so that obviously is the safest play for them. So this turn's always pocket sand here, silence this, a vis, face. GG. You get to draw through a lot of cards with this deck as well, which is pretty cool, considering it is just an aggressive deck. Okay, so next opponent, Shaman. So they'll be playing Swarm Shaman. That is a little bit of a problem for me because with the Swarm play, they're able to. I need to be thinking of clearing the board while also going into their face. It's always keep dig for treasure as well in this situation, but yeah, it could be a little bit tricky. Okay, they don't have a minion yet, which is good for me. Play the dig for treasure. Next turn's quick pick. Turn after that sword shiner. I just need to watch out for the turn 4 where they could get the backstage bounces. Okay. So just play this and go face. Prep's quite good here. Good thing that the weapon guy is a pirate. Yeah, definitely. If it wasn't a pirate, I don't think this deck would really work. Because dig for treasure, getting the coin is what makes it so strong, because you're able to access and control your mana quite well. Yeah, they definitely are. This turn I need to play around the backstage bouncer. So play Sword Shiner. And just coin, and I don't want to use the Deafen right now actually. So coin and coin O Manager and then hit with this. Draws me an extra card, but the extra Deafen obviously is quite nice too. I just don't want to, if I end up getting stuck with them having a backstage bouncer, it would be very difficult to be dealing with. Obviously it is ideal just going face in that situation, but the 3 damage is definitely not worthwhile when you have backstage bouncers that could possibly come onto the board and just mess you up. Basically what they need now is to be able to get a minion out and then also get the backstage bouncer, which is still possible considering they have a coin in their hand. And now it's not possible because they got that. If they get a pop-up book, it is a little bit of a problem for me too. Coin. Using the trusty companion and trading. So I'm hoping for stick up and to get the heat wave with it. I could use Fan of Knives as well, that clears those two. I'll use stick up first to see what I get first. I could use this. It's gonna be trolley problem here, play it down. And then just coin. And use the Deafen onto here, trade into these two. And then go face. Next turn I'm going to have to get the Sharp Shipment online. I still do have a Deafen here as well. Once again, I am just watching out for that backstage bouncer. Okay, pop-up book. That's a bit of a problem for me. Ziliax. Okay, so I can get a Fan of Knives through this if I wanted to. So use the Fan of Knives, then prep Dubious Purchase clears that. And then I think I'm just going to have to use the weapon swing going into face. Next time I re-establish the weapon, get this, and I can use stick up if I really need to as well. Value not 3 more than keeping the 3/3 there. Yeah, I need to be dealing damage to their face. Keeping the 3/3 there means that they could... They do have a lot of rush minions, they have a lot of, like those sorts of spells as well, so I do just need to be careful of them. Valera's Gift. Get a Fan of Knives. Use the Fan of Knives. Okay, so they're getting that back into their hand. I don't really care about that. Establish the weapon. If it's a Rat Trap, it is a bit of a problem. So at the moment, all their cards are accounted for except their first card that they had in their hand. I'm just deciding whether to use the Deafen or not. I think I do. Because they still haven't shown a backstage bouncer to me yet. And they've had opportunities already. Just gonna leave that, I'm not gonna play it. Not hit into their face. Okay. So that's a fan of knives that they were just trying to use. It being 0 mana means that they are able to access it obviously very easily. I do have the sword shiner in my hand as well. I'm just hoping they don't have access to that backstage bouncer just yet. Okay. They're at 4 mana. Oh, they do have it. I don't like my odds now. Okay, use this. It's Silver Serpent here. I can trade into other stuff if I need to. Hit that. Tip up drop. Gets me up to a 4 damage weapon. I'm probably not going to be able to use that this game now. Play this, hit into him. They don't have lethal just yet if they have the spell. The problem is that I'm just hanging on with the amount of damage that I have and such. Okay, Grifter. So with Grifter, if they grab the 6 damage, that is a bit concerning for me. And this Taunt Totem's annoying too, because I can't just go face at the moment. I'm probably going to have to this turn use the Gear Shift to be able to try and get that prep that's in my deck. Okay, so they're drawing 3 cards. They'll probably just trade into this 2-3, I'd say. I can't really play around them having the spell. So I think I've just got to do face and hope for the best. Oh, they had that spell either as well. I don't think that really changed anything, yeah. Because I wouldn't have really been able to trade into those either way. And that Shaman deck's a pain. I don't really know how to beat it too well, because it seems very powerful. Okay, this will probably be my last game. I've got to go get going afterwards. But I do appreciate everyone coming along. Yeah, I've got probably one more game in me and then I've got to go. But I appreciate all the support I'm getting, and obviously I'm enjoying everyone being in the chat, but also participating and looking at the videos too. Alright, what are we going to play against? Should we play a different deck just for this last game? Let's go for a high roll deck. Let's use the priest. Bring out the priest for the last game. We'll go the big Elise, and hope it summons it on the turn that you want it. Yeah, this isn't Yeah, this priest is definitely an interesting sort of design for it. I don't know if I don't know of many people celebrating priest, so it's it's interesting. Priest has always been disliked by a lot of people in the community. Okay, so I'm playing against a druid. Um, I think it's just always going to be the same sort of plan against it. So keeping the puppet theater is relatively decent too, because if they end up choosing a Dungar, I can just summon a lot of stuff out of my deck as well. So I think I'll just keep these. This pendant I'm looking for is going to be trying to get the Elise. Puppet theater is also good against Ziliax too. So they are more than likely playing Dungar. Okay. Just pass here. Next turn's Parrot Sanctuary. Turn 3 is going to be this, more than likely. Okay, Parrot Sanctuary, use it. I can use Hot Coals to clear this if I wanted to. Okay, so they got their new hides. Don't really care too much. Yeah, I'll definitely be playing with the new StarCraft cards. I don't really, and since Oracle's being nerfed, I do want to make sure that I'm not playing many of those decks that do use the Oracle. I'll take the Drake here. Yeah, because with the Oracle nerf, I want to be obviously practicing different styles of decks and things. Wild Growth. They probably do have access to the Dungar. They're probably getting pretty close. Dirty Rat. Okay, so they're going to use that to try and trade into these. So let's just play down the Puppet Theater. And chill. Yeah, it definitely does hit Rogue pretty hard. Okay, so they're taking out my cow. Got 1 coin from that. You can do Dungar if you want. Next turn I think I'm gonna have to use the Hot Coals because I want to make sure that I can get access to whatever the good minion is from their drop. I'll use the Creation Protocol this turn as well. Take the Yogg. And then I'll use the Hot Coals, so then it gets rid of the 2 of these guys, but it also means that they won't be able to hit into whatever minion I steal. And it also gives me availability to the Amanthal if I need to use it onto onto their Ziliax. Okay. Play this. I think I just chill now. Okay, so they're using the Blossom like... actually, hold on. They've got two Travelers. This is possibly Starship Rogue. A Starship Druid. I don't think I really care it though, because I can just use the Mantle into them. Okay. I want to use the Thrive in the Shadows, see what I end up getting. I'll just get the Holy Nova and use it. It clears most of this board. Trade into that, and I can't heal that, so I'll just heal my own face. Pass over to them, so they will have access to Ziliax this turn. They could potentially go for the cube play. Okay, they don't have access to the Ziliax at the moment. Okay, I have a Yogg. I don't really want them to be getting big starships, but it's not actually that big a deal, I don't think. Just play this down and chill. Unfortunately, I still don't have my Elise. I'm probably gonna have to play the Yogg down this turn, because I don't want them to keep getting bigger amounts of things with their starships. So I'll just use this Yogg, because it's the one that I got through the creation protocol. Just go face. Wait. Did it end up killing it? Yeah. Okay, the Reno's going to be quite good for them as well. So I have a few different options that I can use to take somewhat control of them. I do want to make sure that they don't get access to the Ziliax. I also want to make sure they don't get access to this starship either. Okay, so it looks like they just drew a bunch of cards. Okay, playing New Heights and going face. It's fine. Where's my Elise? Okay, play this down. Heal the Yogg. Just go face. I don't want to use the Yogg spells at the moment because it just feels bad using it on an empty board, because quite often you'll just end up killing your own stuff. Okay. So they're using the cubicles so they can get access to the Yogg. Oh, get access to the Ziliax. Okay, so I go Yogg here. Puppet Theater. Take control of this. Okay. Use this. Hit Yogg into hit the Ziliax into here. Do that. Get into there. Unfortunately, I'm not able to get rid of this out of the board. Okay, so they're taking the Yogg. They're gonna clear with that. Okay, so they're just playing down all their defense crystals. So this turn's obviously just going to be Reno. Unfortunately, I am in a pretty bad situation because with how greedy this deck is, they more than likely will be able to deal with all my stuff too. And they've already got their New Heights established as well. And I've only got one minion at the moment that Elise can grab, which is my Ziliax. Okay, Oaken Summons gets the 6 drop. Just take control of the Marin. Play it. Don't think it's the wand here, I think it's going to be the crown. Just do one of those for now and play it. This is decent. So hit into that, it clears that board. Deal that. Go face. Still not in a great situation here. I don't want to play a Mantle as well, because I'm going to be needing that to remove whatever minions ends up coming out for me. Comes out against me. They're using the crown. Did they get that for free, or was that their top deck? I think that was their top deck.
I bring life and
Alex Straza. Okay. Great. That can get me a lease. So hit this. Deals 2 damage to the board. Go here. Go here. Use that. Grab the Elise. Elise is going to grab 2 minions. So play it down.
intentionally pursue leadership, but I find it quite suits me.
Gets my Ziliax, so I can just trade into that at the moment. Just trades into here. Then go face with the 4 damage.
Only one card left.
Okay, so they might have the Kill Jaden coming up relatively soon. They will have a hydration station. Oaken Summons doesn't do anything. Another mind control tech.
Where'd my deck go?
Okay. Don't want to play that at the moment. Okay, use that. Hit that. T's not very useful at the moment, so I'll just use the coin. Just go face. I'll have the Kill Jaden next turn. I'm just hoping that those, with that, Poland's Goblet, they didn't get hydration stations. Okay, so I can just play this and it just gets rid of all that stuff. Because they won't be able to access it again.
You've been in tighter scrapes, Reno.
Yeah, I think that's going to end up being the play, so I just use this, it clears the board, and it means they won't be able to access the Ziliax again. Doing it like that. And then just ping into them. Okay, so they're not really doing anything. I want to play I don't really want to play a silence onto that either. So just go face. And I'll play down my Thunderbringer. It doesn't summon anything out of my deck, but it will be useful for future turns. Just having a minion on the board.
8 combatants enter, and I take the front.
Okay, so they're taking it for some reason. Don't know if that's correct. But I guess I do overdraw because of that.
What do I do with all these cards?
I might actually need to play down the Amanthal soon. I don't feel like I'm in a terrible situation to be dealing with the Bob as well. Probably the Stitch dude. And then I think it's going to be using the Starleaf here, so I use the Starleaf to trade into the 5/5. And it gets me this 5 damage that I may need potentially. This is a sticky minion, so it'll be quite useful if they do go for big boards, because I can use this with it to be able to take control of their bit buffed minions. Okay, so they've got a Yogg, and they're taking control of that. Okay. It's a 6/6 normally. I'm gonna say I'm probably gonna lose this. I don't really like my odds. Okay, so I can go, I can use this, that just trades it away. It gives the buff to here, so I'll play it down. It's this one. Oracle will be decent if it survives for a turn that I want it to. And doesn't really matter for these ones. I guess having the oil in my hand could be okay. Just grab the automation though. Use a ping onto here. Shadow Word Ruin will be useful for future turns. I might actually just have to use it right now because I'm sort of running out of time here. Just pass.
I will make room in my hand. Wait.
No matter the danger, I'll always chase a good distance.
Okay. Why would they have grabbed that? My game plan is to use the Vol'jin to be able to do a big hit into that. So I'll just trade one of these dudes with it. Why are they grabbing the Reno cards? Is this like trolling or something? Okay, I can choose a minion and can get another copy of it. It's not really any battle cry I want. Elise can get me Ziliax. This obviously gets me another Mantle if I do that one. Okay. So I probably should have kept that. That was definitely not the right play playing it down right now. Take away the Elise, take away the Amanthal, I guess, and then hope that it's some decent minion that comes out of this. I'll grab that. I don't want to use Deafen right now, so I'm just going to hit into this, and then I'll hit with the T. And pass. Okay, so Ceaseless Expanse clears. I hope that's not my Ziliax. Yeah, that's GG. 1-4. I guess I can try and hope for the Cabal Guardian.
Getting a little light on cards here.
Yeah, GG. Okay, well, thank you everyone for coming along. I hope that you've enjoyed the stream, and if you're obviously enjoying the content, please like and subscribe, and I do have other videos coming out in the next little while too. I'll be more than likely streaming tomorrow as well, so have a good evening, night, afternoon, wherever you are, and bye for now.